chat, we will be going live after this song. So remember, chat, get your popcorn ready. Medley, remember to check your brownies in 19 minutes. Where's my camera? Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. Hello. And welcome back to the Outblock, your one-stop shop for everything that's going on the internet, commentary, news, drama, and with a little bit of research. I'm your host, FalGEXE, and joining me today are some of my most favorite people on the internet. You know them. You love them. I love them more than you do. It's Cloudy. What's going on, Cloudy? Tell the people what you're doing.
Hi, Chad. I am sitting at a computer and I am excited for today's stream.
Mm-hmm.
Excited is the wrong word, actually, now that I think
Are
about
you
the
excited?
subject matter.
Are you? Yes,
No,
I
I
am
do
wearing
think,
a very plain shirt today.
I do think BookTok is interesting. And I read a lot, so,
Yeah.
you know.
We've covered a little bit of Book Talk stuff. If you guys have been here since the dawn of the channel, we actually did a funny little book review thing on, oh my god, what the fuck was that book called?
The book was called Tender as the Flesh.
Yes, Tender as the
I
Flesh.
still hate that book.
We all
by
hate
the
that
way.
book.
It was very cringe and lame. And I hate that it's regarded as very dark and horror and fucking baby and very whatever, right? It's really lame to me. And it sucks cuz I mean I said it there, but it's a cool world, but the main character we follow it's such an asshole that I didn't want to finish the book. It was just not that. He made it uninteresting, if that makes sense.
Remember, it's a she.
Well, the main character is a
the
man.
main character, yes.
Oh.
No, the writer is
so
a
before
she. Hey, cool anime girls with the
You do not love them
five.
more than us and they love us more than you. Soygi equals P. Cuck cuck slur soygi.
I hate how they does that to K-Huck's name every day. Yeah, I remember when we did the stream on it because it was interesting. Because if you guys haven't been here for the birth of the channel, the fucking video is still up. I think it's still old, shitty audio, but we also, lovingly enough, yes, the squeaky toy. She just threw the squeaky toy at me. So this dog will throw her toys at you if you're not playing fetch with her. Hold up. So essentially, we really lucked out because one of our co-hosts, Kat, actually also read the book in Spanish. And so we were like, oh, were there translation issues? No, the book is that bad in Spanish as well. And we were just like, oh, God, that's just terrible. But yeah, no, that book was just, yeah, book was just lame. It was like obviously like one of those environmentalism things. Yes, I get it. Eating fucking meat, terrible, terrible, terrible. But more terrible than that.
Book.
Okay, go
So
on.
the book's premise is basically just we live in society, right? And society, the world goes through this plague that wipes out all like animals, like just animals.
Mhm.
And so we start eating people and raising people as animals for meat. And it's just this like, oh, look, it was kind of just this commentary like, oh, look what we forced cattle to go through
Mhm.
as you're raising these weird humans.
Yeah.
But it was just, I don't know, it was just super lame to me because this is someone I read a lot of horror novels, and I had just read one that was way better, and it was the same concept that meat is people, but it was just way it was just way better. And then to go from something that was really fucking good to tender as the flesh, it was just like,
and I think that's like Drummer also points that, did they forget plants exist? Yeah. That's the other thing too.
Also, like beans and tofu. Like beans are like the replacement for meat.
Or the fact that we already
also-
lived in a universe. Well, not to cut you off, but like we also live in a universe by the time the book came out that we had plant-based products that tasted like meat. Like there are a bunch of different levels that we never touched. Yes, bugs also exist.
There's also just like, in my opinion, in the book, we
Ooh.
go from eating.
If you want an example of a good books, I recommend Demian, Hell Screen, The Book Thief, or The Wings by Yi Sang.
Oh, thank you very much.
The book thief is
I'll
so
keep those-
sad.
I'll keep that in mind. I read Starshine. I read a lot. I can go through like at least 3 to 4 short story books in a week. I read really quickly though, so that's I'm cheating. I read very fast.
What's your word count? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
1,000 plus 1,000 plus words a minute or something.
I hate you. I hate you
Well, you know.
so much. I cannot do that.
I still need you to read Womb City because I need to know your opinion.
It's not on. I have to buy it. It's not on Kindle Unlimited. Because I confused
Oh.
Womb City with something else.
What
And
is
the
it?
book I thought it was really bad.
Is it on your the Libby app that you use or no?
You
No,
know
it's on
what?
Kindle.
I haven't
You don't pay
checked.
for it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I like using.
I'll pick it up soon though,
Well,
because
like,
I'm burning through my
library,
list.
The library apps exist. You
Yeah.
know, hey, fun fact. This is a weird, shameless plug that I don't get paid any money for, but you know, Cloudy
Man Potion Coffee.
gave me the ability to look at it one time.
Oh.
What?
There is an app called Libby, and
Oh my
if
God.
you have a subscription to your local library, you
Why
can.
is this
Why
so
am I?
spaced out?
I put quotations. The
you-
reason I put quotations is because.
Oh, you realize we can't see you, so it just sounds
No,
funny.
I know. I did it for the audience.
If you have a library card, you can use Libby, and you can
Yes.
get books for free and
100%.
audiobooks, and it's very good, very based. Please
Yes.
read.
Oh, I should get a.
Audio
Yeah.
books count as reading. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
I have 2 Murakami audiobooks I need to sit down and listen to.
Mhm.
Nice.
Well, the reason I put the spaces is that sometimes people are very fortunate where they live in small states, so they don't go to necessarily their local library. but they go straight away to maybe an hour away where it's like the state library or it's a higher income area with a better library program, and they'll just get their library card there. Or their schools. Like I used, like when I went to college, obviously I had free access to the library. I used the library at school. And we had a lot of like music stuff because we had a music library as well on campus. I love physical books. I actually struggle less with physical books than I do with digital books.
I dread the day that my Adobe subscription runs out from college. Then I have to start paying
Yeah,
for it myself.
that was my Microsoft Word set. That fucking sucked. That day when the Microsoft Word set died, I cried because I was like, "Fuck! I want the suite, but I don't want to pay for the suite." But yes, chat. More importantly, we have another very special guest. Not really a guest. They're always here. It's Ash. Ash, what's going on?
Nothing much. I was on my phone at the beginning because I was feeding my cats.
Mhm.
It's before their dinner, but they're like, we want to be fed now, and I'm like, all right.
Guys, she's
I already got-
mogging me. She's
She
mogging me,
scratched
chat.
My cat scratched me because she's like, you need to feed me. I'm like, oh.
Chat, you saw that she was mogging me. Sorry, Ash. The dog is important right now. The dog is the stream. Let's be real. Half the time, you guys just come here for the dog. I know it. I love it. I understand it. All of our pets are very weird. When are you getting a cat cam, by the way?
I need to figure out how to have this camera a bit closer to them. I have it every once in a while on my stream. It's just like that they're like on the other side of my room, so I need to figure out how to set the angle.
Yeah, that's the eventual idea is to somehow figure out a bed cam that is her bed when she's not on the bed here. It's just very difficult to do because my computer is nowhere near where her bed is. So I literally have to get a giant extension cord that goes into my living space. Oh. Child, why are you doing this to me?
Oh.
Sorry.
Half the time we are here for the dog, don't you mean all the time?
Why was TTS so sassy when it said that? Why was TTS? TTS was so fucking sassy. I know, sweetie. I know. Guys, she's literally interrupting stream. She is.
No, it's fine.
It's fine. But yeah, we've covered a couple book talk things here and there. I find book stuff to be really fascinating because book talk of its own kind has like this weird like mysticism around it because it has like its own dramas, its own lores. I'm not getting an auto ball thrower.
You should.
I know what I do want. I want to get her like one of the hamster wheel things, but for dogs, so she tires herself out if she ever wants to run on it, or a treadmill for her, because dogs can use treadmills. That's actually a good way. If you have like a smaller dog or like a bigger dog that needs to be walked, but you're out, you can do that. Yeah, book talk is like a whole different planet. Has his own like subset of like genre dramas, I guess you can say. But for some reason, book talk drama always ends in they were too horny to begin with. And it's like, it's so weird to me. Like personally, like it's too horny. It's one of those things where it's like,
I will say it's only like a different planet. It's like any other online community. If you're not in it, it seems really weird.
Oh,
you
true,
know?
Embry. It's like it. BookTok honestly made me want to become a rare because they can write ISO.
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Never listen, guys. You can do anything. TikTok has taught me you can do literally anything. I have made TikToks with my dolls and I put so much effort into them. And then I see fucking a Kermit puppet like shaking its ass to get low. And it has like everyone's giving them like $1 billion for it. And it made me wonder why I tried that hard. You can just make anything.
Yeah, because you're going to Kermit. It is like, yeah, BookTok gives you either hidden
Mm.
gems or overhyped slop. That is what I feel like with BookTok. I don't use TikTok very often. I literally use it. Platinum, thank you. Platinum Quantum Peace.
Let's
thank
fund
you.
Falgi being
Jesus
woken
Christ.
up at 3 a.m. by Doggo on a treadmill challenge.
No, no, she will never. No. Cloudy can attest to this. When this dog wants
Why?
to sleep, this dog will not wake up. She will sleep till like 1 in the afternoon. She's bizarre. My dog loves to sleep, but when she is awake, she is vastly annoyed. Stars printed with a 4.99. You know what time it is, chat.
Mastication time.
It's mastication time. If this is your first time here at the Op Block, you know what time it is. We've hit that goal. Leia, stay. Sit. Stay. Chat, first and foremost, what you did is win another goal. So if you get another goal, come fly with me, come fly, you hit the goal. That's ×2, not ×3. Starting that goal, if you feed that dog, ×2. But now, it's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. All right, everybody.
Okay, speaking
You
of
know what
feeding
time
chat,
it is.
should I go for cashew chicken or kung
Sit.
pao chicken?
Kung Pao
Sure.
Chicken. Good
Oh, shit.
girl. Look at her go, chat. Look at her go. Look at her go. Look at her go. Good girl. She devoured it in like a second. It's just crazy because I fed her a little bit ago. Hello, welcome to Hell New Chatter. Who are you? Where the fuck am I, Mr. Porn Mustache? Hello. Get the Opblog channel. It's very, very nice to meet you. Thank you for coming by.
Mr. Porn Mustache.
Listen, yes, chat loves you, child. She loves you back, chat. But yeah, no, like
She just doesn't look at us.
I will say this. For anyone who wants to write, like I don't particularly like writing fiction all that much.
I like writing fiction.
I think what I really like to do for me anyways is I like making out like I've done D&D campaigns and things like that. I like making outlines and acting as I go around it. That to me is what I find more entertaining for me personally rather than purposely just like writing fiction. I've done like small things in college with it. You'll never find it. You'll never find it, chat, because that entire fucking website doesn't exist anymore. But
You wrote some fan fiction?
No, I wrote my own short story.
Oh,
I
why don't you
wrote.
want to show that?
Oh, it was terrible.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
because a 13 to 14-year-old Falgi didn't think it was a good idea to use Word and edit the thing, so I wrote it in the webpage thing. Like I wrote it in the forum thing.
Oh, that's going hardcore.
And didn't
Oh,
think about it.
Medley, you need to go check your brownies in like 15 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, this is the horrible book. We're gonna be talking about it. I made a this is gonna be cringe as a motherfucker. Hi. I like anime from time to time. I made my own
I like anime, so do I sometimes.
I
Weebs.
made my own short story featuring panel directions for a short story called Sin City. Yes, it took place in Vegas, a place I've never been to, by the way. And the main character fought demons and the plot conceit was he had like it was like Seven Deadly Sins themes in there far before that fucking manga ever existed, because I'm old as a motherfucker. I'm 32. The main character had the power of greed. It was a whole big fucking thing.
You're 31.
I'll be 32 in like 2 months.
Chat. Okay, so this is gonna be embarrassing, but also very hilarious. So when I was very young, I wrote a fan fiction. I wrote it, but I never like put it out because I was like, eh. That was like a cross between Elfen Lied and Star Wars, and I named the main character Star Killer.
That's
and like
cringe.
5 years later, Star Killer ended up being the name of one of the main characters from the like that one video game.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the fuck? They took my OC's name.
Yeah.
Original OC, do not steal.
Yeah, no, yeah. I thought it was a really cool idea. I've never been to Vegas, but I thought it was like really cool to have the
I think writing
conceit.
about somewhere like Vegas without being there is really funny. Not that you have to visit places, but like.
Well, I also like I had a set of friends in high school that we would write stuff together with. Fun fact, can't find it anywhere. I one time in an English class convinced my teacher to let me shoot a short film about Dante's Inferno, and we shot every single scene from Dante's Inferno in a day. We did a bunch of editing. Yes, the end of the thing is Duel of the Fates from Star Wars, because we made fun of it. We made fun of the whole thing. But we wrote a couple different short stories, one of which was oh my god, it was a detective story in New York. One was a disgraced detective. The other one was the other guy had it was like a trio thing, so it's Oh, thank you so much, Tusky.
Tusky tipped $1. That attempt at a pun has activated my trap card.
Oh no.
There was a cheese factory explosion yesterday. The brie was everywhere. What did the horse say when it fell over? Help, I've fallen and I can't giddy up. What did baby corn say to mum corn? Where's popcorn?
I hate everything that you just said. No, but
Where's popcorn? Ha ha ha.
We did a short story, we did a short story concept of a disgraced detective, chemist looking for the guy that murdered his wife, and a soldier that came back with PTSD in New York City doing private eye work. That was a story we did. That was a concept. That was fun. That was a fun one. It was just filled with CSI jokes. Like, if you've ever seen CSI, it was constant CSI Miami jokes because the show was popular when I was a kid. God, I hate everything I'm saying. I'm saying too much. I hate everything. I'm embarrassing myself for all the world to see.
It's okay. I wrote like vampire stories when I was
Fauci
young.
is always revealing that he is the living embodiment of
Gay
home
vampires.
movies on Adult Swim.
God, I haven't seen home movies in so long. Thank you,
Oh
Star.
man, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that, given the way that show is. But yes, everybody, we're going to be talking about a book by a very, very famous author known as Tori Woods. So,
Never heard of her.
let's look at BookTok's favorite author, Tori Woods.
Whose favorite author?
BookTok's favorite
Fauci is
author.
always
British.
revealing that he is the
Oh,
living
God.
embodiment.
Stop that.
British.
No, drummer, no!
I read those too.
No, drummer, no.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Tori Woods. Let's learn about Tori before we learn what Tori did. Tori Woods, about the author. I'm Tori Woods, an Aussie author who's addicted to
Tori.
reading and writing contemporary romance. Put a pin in that for later. I'm married to my soulmate, and we have two adorable kitties together.
I don't like that word.
Why don't you like that word? Tell me. I gotta sneeze. So
I don't
tell me
like
why you
that
don't
word.
like that word.
It has bad vibes. Even just kiddo, bad vibes.
Like I'm rewatching a show, and then the uncle of a character calls his niece kitten, and I'm like, I don't like that.
I'm sorry. That's just, and
Yeah,
I
but
hate that. Right? It's like it should be a fine word,
But why
but
is
just
kitten
because
not
I
a good word?
know, it just in this no, I'm talking about kitties. Just in this context, we know vaguely because here's I don't know everything. I only knew that the book came out, and that's it. I don't know anything else about this woman. Okay,
Oh yeah,
but
there's a lot.
But I will say I read a lot of horror novels, and I read a lot of splatterpunk specifically, which is like really disgusting, over the top gore kind of stuff. And I will say the ones that are just nonsense gore and violence and all that other stuff, if the author has bad vibes, I just personally feel like the book is bad.
Yeah.
Even if it's about everyone exploding and arms falling off and all this other shit, right? If the author at the end is like a pompous ass, I can't stand the book. And I'm not saying she's coming off pompous or anything here, but just like I feel like there's evil in this paragraph.
Well, it's very interesting because I always think of the one book that you made me watch Morpho about. It was the necrophilia book.
Oh, Hotel Styx. Yeah, that's a really good book.
And
by the
I was
way.
about to say it's a really good book because it is supposed to be jarring. The reveals are supposed to be jarring. And everything about it is not only supposed to make you uncomfortable, but the ending is also supposed to kind of make you go cuckoo banana pants.
Yeah. Hotel. Oh, by the way, just a really quick aside before we get back to this paragraph. Hotel Styx is about a society where necrophilia becomes legal in like a brothel sort of sense. And there's a whole back and forth of the legality and all these different groups protesting it, and other groups just being like, well, if they consent to have their body used like that, who am I to judge? And it's all this other stuff. And the main character, his wife has died and is trying to get his wife's body back from this place. It's a very interesting book. I can link that video in the Discord after stream. And again, this is a horror novel. This is not like a fun nice time. These things are supposed to gross you out. These things are supposed to shock you.
Yeah, and
the magenta, they donate their bodies to come.
well, I mean, like,
sorry. That really got me.
Okay, but here's the spoiler warning time, because I think there's a reason to spoil this thing, because this is kind of where this is your spoiler warning. So if you don't want to hear the ending of this book, here's the spoiler warning. Turns out the reason that so he goes to the hotel and he can't find his wife's body. He can't get his wife's body. He doesn't know where it is. Nobody's telling him where his wife's body is. Comes to find out that he abused his wife. She dies, and she sells her body so he could never have her because he would beat her. And the ending of the film is the book, excuse me, is he then becomes the victim in the end. Because that's the whole thing. It's something that's very interesting with a lot of splatterpunk is the victim is never supposed to be redeemable. Or not the victim, excuse me, holy shit.
Holy fuck.
oh god.
Wow.
The villain.
No victims allowed.
The villain, and oftentimes the main character, it's not always the main character, but sometimes it is the villain is never supposed to be redeemable. That's like the whole thing. Fuck you guys, clipped. Because I fucking, my brain
but that's the reason why I'm bringing up horror novels and what we're about to talk about is because the way this book was advertised.
Yes.
was really bad, and she should feel bad about it. And
Yeah.
it's just really bad. So let's we'll stop skipping
yeah,
around.
yeah,
Why don't
we're
we
gonna
get
go back to
let's
it.
finish this paragraph and then
Yeah.
we can get to the actual book we want to talk about.
Yep.
I can talk about other books all day, so we gotta pivot back.
So I've been writing for 15 years under a different pen name, but decided it was Tori's time to shine. If I could do anything in the world, it would be travel forever. I'm an emo music lover, and a guilty pleasure of mine is that I love to get cheeky weekly massage. What do you mean that you want a
What the fuck
cheekly
does that
weekly
mean?
massage? What?
A cheeky little massage.
But like, okay, to my Aussies, to my, I know cheeky is usually like, I don't know. Cheeky's supposed to be like tee-hee, ha-ha, hoo-hee. Maybe sometimes a little, yeah, that sounds like borderline not legal. Why is she using baby talk? Night, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Something you might find weird about me is that I need to think I get in, wait, what the fuck? Something you might find weird about me is that when I need to think
Because I am British,
get in my
I'm
car
staring right into your soul.
and drive in silence with no direction. Visiting New Orleans is at the top of my bucket list, and I'm a huge Disney fan. An ugly word, but a beautiful thing is the world that I love is the flower. Pig face. All right, so let's talk about some of her former books. So let me see if I can pull this up real quick. So I don't know much about the Prime Minister's mistress, but I know
Sorry, what the fuck?
I know a little bit about Mistlehoe.
Mistlehoe is so amazing.
Mistletoe?
It's called, so this is not the book that okay, chat, spoiler, she really got arrested. Like, legitimately, the woman who wrote these books got arrested.
It sucks that she sucks because Mistlehoe is so funny.
It is.
That's a great name for a fucking porn book. That's hilarious.
So, and it's currently out of print, but there was a video discussing this topic. We do have a couple videos. We're gonna at least watch one of them tonight. There was a video that was discussing this topic that actually gave me a synopsis of this book specifically. We'll get there. So, Mistlehoe, a Christmas and holiday ex-boyfriend's father contemporary romance novella. Mistlehoe is a sweet and naughty Christmas/holiday contemporary romance novella that follows Chris and Holly. Chris is Holly's ex-boyfriend's dad and boss. Her boss. It's written poorly, but it's her boss. Unbeknownst to them, they meet on a Christmas-themed hookup app. Mistlehoe, that allows them to indulge in all their naughty Christmas fetishes.
A Christmas themed Tinder is fucking insane.
Find out what happens when Candy, aka Holly, and Noel, aka Chris, find out who each other really are. So, I want to talk about this book for a second, because this book kind of reveals a little bit of what's going on. So, and I don't know if we'll be able to get to the video proper that has it, because it's very long. But Mistlehoe reveals the way, and well, let's say what it is, reveals Tori's fetish very early on. Now, this is her second book, but this book and the book that got her arrested have very similar themes. So, Holly is a young girl. Think, if I remember correctly, she's about 18, 19-ish. This like 18, like it's an 18 to 20 year range from what I remember. And she dates the son's, dates the son. The son is a piece of shit, and then dates dad, but they don't know that they're dating, as she works at his chocolate. So She works as a apprentice chocolatier. He's the guy that's training her. They don't know about it for a little bit of time. There's this whole weird thing, but a lot of the times,
Wait, question. They don't know that they're
They don't know
dating
for a
their
pi-
boyfriend's dad, or the boyfriend doesn't know that she's
the
dating his
boyfriend
dad?
doesn't know. They don't know that they're hooking up because like the app uses masks. They go to a Christmas themed masquerade at one point.
Okay.
The dating
really
app
horny
is
for Christmas.
Yeah, the dating app specifically is made so they're not supposed to know each other's identities for a specific amount of time. But however, and if I could find some of it, I will show it. But some of the language used in the novel describes Holly specifically as very childlike. It is described, I believe, in the book that her candy striper outfit comes with a tutu, and it's described as a tutu. It's not a skirt. I believe also, from what I remember correctly, a lot of the language used is, oh, she's bubbly, she's bouncy, she has all this energy. So, like, very much like, if you remember how Leadhead described her quote-unquote adult children, this book describes, like, it hyperfixates on the youth of the main character. Who'll draw the answer for the 10?
This already feels like a female version of a horror writer that has the habit of putting smut in random places of his books. Can't remember his name, but I already am not gonna like this.
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
No,
I can
it doesn't,
name,
from what I know.
5 different people.
From what I
It could
understand,
technically be
that
like
does not
fucking
narrow
old
it down.
Fate's Day Night, the visual novel, before they removed all the sex stuff.
If you draw comparisons to Leadhead, this will be a nightmare. Okay, so I've had this conversation, and yeah, somewhat of a controversial topic. Let's talk about age gap relationships. Let's just have a very frank conversation about them. If there is no direct power imbalance, because guess what? Power imbalance still happens in same age relationships. I've seen it where it's a financial imbalance.
If you want a romance where the only reason you want the love
Thank you,
interests to get together for everyone else's sake, then read Wuthering Heights.
I've heard of that. Yes. Let's have a very start conversation. If this wasn't her boss, if this wasn't her ex-boyfriend's dad, yeah, you could feel weird about it, that there's such a large age gap, that she's like 18, 19, 20, whatever, and this guy's like, let's say a 30, 45-year-old man. You can feel weird about that. You can call him kind of a freak. Let's say like a Leonardo DiCaprio kind of situation where he keeps dating the same young age range no matter what age he grows into or as he gets older. But inherently, it's not illegal. You can have your thoughts about it, but there are people who want to date older persons. I also think that it's weirdly... how do I say this? Like it's the double standard, obviously. Like, women who date younger also get like a weird fucking stigma as well. And it's like a weird thing too. Again, it's not something I would do. I think the youngest person I've ever dated was like 4 years younger than me. It's not something I would do, but I'm also not going to sit here and say, hey, here are 2 consenting adults that are in a relationship. I'm not getting involved. I'll side-eye it, but I'm not personally getting involved with it. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take, but I do want to like expand on that, because that's not... This book specifically doesn't so much deal with the problem at hand, because there are age gap relationships. What are the things that I hear often with people who are, yes, the bombastic side eye. One of the things I hear very often when it's not a person who's like a position of power per se, where it's like their job and all those things, right, is the financial aspect. I know people who were same-aged relationship who were financially abused by their partner because their partner was stay at home and the other person was making money. And thus, they believed that that was okay. Because, oh, I could do whatever I want, or they could do whatever they want to me, because the financial imbalance is, it's okay. That happens, and that's a lot of times where a lot of people have issues where the age gap relationship doesn't exist in a workplace setting. Now, that does happen, and it's inappropriate.
Okay, I just want to say too that that's real life. This book is not real.
Yeah.
There is no Christmas Tinder.
Yeah.
Noel and Candy,
Begin
aka
Again
Chris
is
and Holly.
actually
These are
an
not real
interesting
people.
movie because
Yes.
the male/female leads have a relationship that is not romantic/sexual, and I kept expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say
fair.
this woman should have just kept her fetish like in a random like fan forum or whatever.
She
like
should have just kept
nonfiction,
it.
fiction
I'm
thing
I'll just be
online,
honest,
not
she
fucking
should have just
publish
kept it. She should have just kept it under a pen name and wrote whatever she wanted. Again, there's insane stories out there.
Yeah.
and
we'll
Again,
get-
you can just write whatever the hell you want. However, that's not freedom of judgment,
Yes.
and it's not freedom of consequence.
and that's what I was about to say.
Again, I agree. When you live life and you see how people do relationships, there's a lot of age gap relationships. Obviously I can be like, ugh, and I personally wouldn't seriously date anyone a whole lot younger than me, but that's me and what I'm comfortable with. At the end of the day, if it's legal adults consenting to do whatever, I can't do shit about it, and I don't have any interest to.
Right. And
You know, other people's relationships aren't my business, but it's just one of those things that's just like, in this story particular, to me, this looks like your run-of-the-mill fantasy of, ooh, an older man with
Yes.
money's gonna take care of me and I get to fuck over my ex-boyfriend kind of fantasy. That's what this looks like to me. I don't think this in particular is that crazy.
yeah.
But this was just the first, what did you say, her second book?
This was her second book. Wait, are you telling me John Chairs was on? He forgot to raid me because of John Chairs Trump? Okay, base, to be fair. John's Trump impression is very good. I will say
No,
that.
John actually has an insane Trump impression.
I used to work in an acting.
Also, I hope he's doing well.
Yes.
Art.
I used to work in the acting modeling scene in New York, and the age gap and money gap thing was the norm. Felt very icky, but people wanted that ick. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be like. So I knew a person. They weren't personally my friend, but they were a friend of a friend, and they dated a much older couple. And why? That much older couple paid for all of her books. All of her books. While she was in college, that I knew her, and I knew her when she was about, I want to say 20, I think she was 21 because she was in a master's program by the time I met them. The older couple she was dating fucking paid for all her books. I don't really fucking care. I don't really give a fuck. And they were literally 20 years older than her. I didn't want to fucking touch it. My whole thing with this, and the reason that I want to express that, is because this book, while I don't find it very, how do I say this? I don't find it very interesting. It shows, from my understanding from what was in the book, you can no longer buy these books, by the way. Though you can't buy her books, by the way, chat. From what I understand, this book started to tell on her a little bit. So for instance, while she herself did not know the person, like she didn't know the dad character, she was going to this chocolate shop as a child. Like the candy shop she was going to as a child, so she found it appealing when she became an adult and wanted to be a chocolatier. Because for some reason, that's part of her dream, from what I remember. So, like, there's already this weird aspect of it. You may question, is this grooming? Is this not grooming? the book, from my understanding, from the way that I've seen people report on both books in question, this does not have the overtones her third book does. Now, Tori wrote a third book. You can no longer purchase that third book. And there's a reason why. Tori wrote a book that is very hard to see. It is called Daddy's Little Toy.
I'm sorry, I forgot how the cover looked.
And now we're gonna go into like,
wait,
so
was that how it
fucking
looked
bad.
before, or did they
Yes.
just add an X?
no.
over it?
The X is added. The X is
I just
added because
looked over,
you cannot
Jesus.
buy it.
Oh,
There's
sorry,
definitely somebody out there who has it.
Oh, there is.
100%.
It's
I'm sure there's
on
a
the
rip
internet.
of it somewhere, but I'm not.
It is
looking for
on
it.
the internet. The Rev says Destiny with chibi reviews foaming at the mouth. It's giving Melanie Martinez. So let's get into
So real.
some of it. Let me see if I can read this post. Edit. I'm gonna give the artist. This is, I don't know who the fuck Tara West is. God bless you. Thank you for having this, because I couldn't find some of these things. I'm gonna give the artist and the editor the benefit of the doubt that they didn't see the blurb or disgusting parts of the book, that this author ignored the editor's feedback. I still think the art in and of itself with children's toys is problematic. I have a lot to say about Tori Woods / Lauren Ashley. Yes, guys, we found out what her real fucking name is because she got fucking arrested. And we'll get there. Let's start with the book.
Wow, 1984. You can't write horrible things.
Bro, it's
Publish them.
actually
Oh my God.
insane.
I know.
This is unrelated, but I remembered the name of the overly horny author. It's Richard Lehman.
Huh.
Oh, I'll look him up. I don't
Thank
recognize that name.
Let's start with the people who helped launch the book. Some of you may not know, but I used to be a cover artist and became a full-time writer. I once refused to do a cover with disturbing content about a serial child something killer. I don't fucking care. I would have refused to design the cover too. I don't need to break down how disturbing the cover is. The author is saying PA and the editor didn't know how bad the book was. I'm sorry. Fuck off!
I'm sorry. You can just look at it.
You made the cover!
You can just tell that there's evil here.
Oh, she's made some
And
comments
I'm sorry,
on
I'm really
podcasts.
laughing because this is so fucking absurd. This is just so like, why did you think this in your brain and then hit post or whatever? I don't know how you self publish on Amazon, but you know what I mean.
Majunga, if you have actual fucking podcast info on this lady, please give it to me, because I would love to hear that. Because I didn't even know she was on. I was under the assumption nobody knew who the fuck this person was until this shit blew up.
Also, real quick, how did the editor not know? Aren't you editing?
Apparently, she just
Am I dumb?
did it raw. Apparently, she like edits her shit up. Interesting that you say that.
Do you think she read Lolita and looked up to it?
You know what's really crazy? One of the articles I have, which one is it? No, not this one. Is it this one? This one, so I found like an article from like a fucking reputable Sydney newspaper, or news outlet that actually talked about it in realm of Lolita, and I actually wanted to look this over because a lot of people don't know what Lolita is, or they've only heard of it. I personally have never read Lolita. And it's like insane. Yeah, I know Daniel Green's popular. Well, Daniel Green was popular before BookTok.
I just got here. What the F is this?
Black Flower.
Fearful face emoji.
Black, you know it's insane. I was fucking joking. Cool Anime Girls. You think I don't know?
Cool anime girls, no jokes allowed.
No jokes
Okay.
allowed. Is this
No
a
jokes allowed.
movie? Isn't this a movie? No, it's not yet. All right. Oh, fuck off. I don't have an account, you asshole. Hold up. Let me see if I can reload the page. No. That was okay. So let me see if I can find. So this is what I'm trying to see. Oh, stop this. I hate
No
everything.
jorking it.
No
NBC.
jorking it, chat. So this is when she did the cover reveal. Cover reveal.
I don't like it.
Daddy,
Sorry.
cover reveal
If
for
I
Daddy's
laugh,
little
it's
toy
because
is
this
here.
just so awful. It's either laugh or cry, chat. You gotta pick one.
Listen, we gotta poke fun at how crazy this has gotten because it goes crazy. Thank you so much for the studio, Pixel and Quill Studio, for the exact thoughts I had in my head being what we saw. And then this is descriptors of the book. Let me see if I can actually make it bigger so I can get this fucking part from... no, maybe I can't get that off. Let me see if I can just at least...
Oh my gosh.
What? You just read that?
You know the curse of reading really quickly? Because everyone's always like, oh, I wish I could read as fast as you.
Oh my god.
It means it means you instantly get words you don't want to read directly into your brain.
So I have to do this in a weird way, chat, because it's not perfect.
Why didn't you just screenshot these?
I can't screenshot it because it has the thing on the bottom. I don't have Facebook.
Cringe.
Lucy, I can't help myself when I'm around him. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. I wet my pants in excitement. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it, chat. I hate it here. I fucking hate it here.
No, go on.
At night, I use my unicorn Stuffy's horn on myself. Send me the link. Here you go, Killjoy. Give me 20 seconds, buddy. Actually, yeah.
Man, Killjoy really goes through it for us.
He does.
Shout out to Killjoy.
I'll give you the copy link address. I mean, Killjoy, if you could find, I hate to say this, if you could find shit on this book,
We can see your Discord.
they can't.
Oh, I
don't share
wanna
the
see it.
screen. I never share the screen. That's
Chat, if you only
cringe.
saw us crazy in here.
What if God was one of us? Okay, chat. Let me hurt myself again.
Chat, you better be ready to clip because I don't know.
Black!
That's it. I am now illiterate.
Fauci, I will wire you my future life savings if you stop reading. I've got to see what's in. Listen, Mr. Gamer, if you live in the US, we ain't got any left. Fauci, why would you say these things for us to hear? Because God hates me. What a horrible day to comprehend language. Oh, fuck me. Embry for the
I am maybe real with you.
499.
As someone who reads some of Lolita and tried, keyword tried, to write a Simeo POV as it, this ain't it. This is not it.
I understand that Lolita has like fucking weird context to it.
I will. It's not. Lolita isn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to cheer for the guy, I think is the point. And it is hard
Yes.
to write from someone's POV that thinks like that. It's very hard. It's disgusting. The book is supposed to disgust you though.
Yeah, I think
This
that's
is
the part
not
of it. Yeah.
that. This is not on the same level as Lolita. The same level as Lolita at all.
Yeah,
because
you
this
have to
is
remember, yeah.
there's so much horny oozing off of this book, but it's rancid. It's a vile
rancid.
aura, vile vibes, vile everything. Okay. Anyway, you need to finish the book.
I know. All I think about while I'm being naughty is my dad's best friend and how I could wish he could be my daddy. Oh, God, I'm gonna vomit. Oh, it's nuclear vibes, man. What the fuck? I didn't fucking read this part. I hate it here.
I'll help you. I'll help you.
No,
Hold on.
I got it. You could be Arthur. You could be Arthur. I
Oh,
promise.
God. Why? All right. Oh, the worst one. All right.
Yeah,
Go on.
you're the worst one.
All right, go on. I'm ready. Go on.
I'm the freak of my family. My dad is disappointed in me. My mum dismisses me. My sister despises me. I'm delusional if I think Arthur would ever want to play with me.
Okay.
Awful!
Awful.
So bad.
Okay.
Killjoy, I said it to
Again,
you, by
chat.
the way.
If I'm laughing, it's because it's either that or vomit everywhere. Honestly. Boblex. Okay. I'm Arthur. Arthur? Bruh, I can't talk today.
Gamer, I do know about that. He has apparently, Stephen King has apparently been vocal about how much he hates that he did that. And he, like, blames drugs and alcohol, which if you know about Stephen King, he used a lot.
Yeah, I actually, as much horror novels as I read, I think I've only read one Stephen King book because of stuff like that. I'm like, I don't want to. Okay. Chat, you gotta let me get through this. All right?
Oh God. Here you go.
All right?
Here you go.
Where none of us like this, all right?
Let's see if you can get through the first two
Like and
sentences.
subscribe. Like and subscribe. I will.
Hey, Laya, what's up?
No,
Hi,
I
Lyle.
don't want to be here for this.
Lyle, this is not the time. Anyway, my juicy Lucy. She's finally 18. I've wanted her longer than I can ever legally admit.
Stop.
Weird.
Stop.
Insane thing to write in the back of your book.
Stop.
She doesn't know it yet, but she's going to be my perfect little toy. My precious little unicorn, and I'm going to be her daddy. When I see her playing dress-ups, I forget about the fact that she's...
Let me see if I can grab this, because I think Killjoy... Killjoy sent it to me. There you go.
Thank you, Killjoy. Where is it?
Come on.
Okay.
You can do
All right, here
it.
we
I
go.
believe in you.
When I see her playing dress-ups, I forget the fact that she's my best friend's barely legal daughter, or that her mom hasn't protected and cherished her like she should. All I know is that she's meant to be my baby girl.
What the fuck? Guys, remember.
I'm gonna drink some tea.
Remember,
Good night, Lyle.
chat.
Good night, Lyle.
Remember, chat. She's going to go on and tell every one of us that we misinterpreted this book.
You said that?
We'll get.
Girl.
Yes, she did. We'll get
Girl,
there.
this is your
Don't-
daddy dom little girl fetish book. Shut the fuck
What-
up.
God, this is 100% this is your fetish. Just, okay. I'll let you
We'll get there.
you show, I'm here for the ride. I'll let you tell me, you show me
So
things.
this is what she said in response to the novel later in March. Girl, please charge your battery. Tori Woods, author, official. Hi, everyone. I think there's been a huge misunderstanding. DLT, if you can't fucking say the name of the book and you have to abbreviate it, you've done something entirely wrong. You've done something wrong. My God, I hate it here. DLT is definitely not promoting or enticing anything ever to do with CSA or pedophilia. Chat, we're gonna get there.
We're gonna get there.
We are gonna get there because I
have a
know
thought.
how
have a
bad
thought.
it gets.
Yeah.
What is being said is grossly disturbing and breaks my heart, as well as makes me sick. DLT is fictional and meant to represent the DDLG world.
Oh, I was right. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. That's what, here's the thing. If you knew nothing else, I would say that this is just a weird,
Oh my
gross porn
God.
book and just be like, yuck. And I just wouldn't read it because this isn't what I like to read. Okay. But I won't spoil. I'll let you fucking.
Yeah, Ye Old Loser
Sorry.
is absolutely correct. If this was meant to represent this fetish, part of this fetish and this concept, you wouldn't have used a grown ass man that has known the person that they are engaging with
Yeah. It
since
would
they
be
were
like-
a child.
Should we
It'd
just
be
set
role
this?
playing.
I'm about to say, yeah, a lot of, I want to say a lot. I haven't read a lot, but I'm just, a lot of these things, when they're written this way for
Yeah.
smut, it is written in a way where both of the people are adults.
Yes.
And it's just, even in the book, or even if it's like a fiction, it's still just like role play or whatever, right?
Yeah.
In the book, And I got this. I didn't see a direct quote or anything. I got this from a TikTok person I watched about BookTok. This the daddy character has oh my god, sorry, has had their eye on the main character girl since she was like 3.
She was born. He's been there the entire time.
Oh no.
That's disgusting.
Like
Ember said,
Twilight.
it's written in a romantic context. It's fucking vile.
Like this is
awful.
actually like disgusting.
So for her to sit here or stand, I don't know how she fucking wrote this, and be like, "Oh, actually, it's a representative of blah blah blah." No, it's
Come
not.
on,
You're just
Papa
you a
Treat.
freak.
We need you now more than ever.
Thank you, Black, for the 5. But that's what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm going to actually, I don't know if the video that Ash grabbed has it, but it has been described in different videos on this topic that as a child, he sees them unclothed. Again, it's insane. This is an insane
Pisces,
book.
Stop, Pisces, please.
The bluey. I mean, she is an Aussie that actually would fit.
No.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, but here's the thing. This is not. And I kind of want to like actually say this is not a. Do you want the review? We have a video review of it. If you want to plug a review, if you want to DM me another review, sure. I actually want to like go and just touch something on the BDSM community a little bit. You will learn a lot more about this lady that wrote this. Spoiler alert. She's not writing about the BDSM community. She may be potentially writing about an age gap relationship that she lives in. And she may just be a regular old church-going woman. Because they arrested her, chat.
Why are you whispering?
He's setting the mood for horror.
I understand
I don't want the mood. No mood's allowed. No mood. No.
I understand.
No aura.
I don't. I'm exuding aura.
No.
I exude aura all the time.
Turn it off.
Turn it off. You know I can't turn it off. I understand where I went wrong and that I had it removed from. Yes, Mr. Gamer, we haven't reached the articles yet. From Amazon this morning. What happened between these characters? Yes, started at a young age. No intercourse happened while she was young. Yes, there were thoughts, and I could see how that is frowned upon. Nothing happened like that until she was of age. I know nothing that I said is going to change or fix what I've written. Bitch, what the fuck are you saying? Bitch, that's grooming.
I don't even know why she said anything.
That's grooming. That's grooming. This, however, there are, 3 innocent people who have been caught in the crossfire, and it needs to stop. Georgia, Misha, and Ashley, along with their business, Pixel and Quill Studio, cover designer, Misha Taylor PA, graphics, and Ava, book editor. Sorry, fuck your editor, fuck your graphics team, that's on them. I don't give a fuck. That is on them. They should be caught in the crossfire. They could have read the book at any time. That is on them. I do not care.
Yeah, again, I still don't get how the editor didn't know.
Yeah.
Because the only way I think that would happen would be like, okay, I write my book, you edit it, I get the book back, and then I add more without telling you? Like, what do you mean you didn't know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, I'll let you continue. Also, I'm going to BRB.
Yep. These ladies were under no impression that I was Lauren Ashley writing as Tori Woods. I reached out to these ladies to work with them as Tori and only as Tori. Who the fuck cares who you are unless you have a history of writing these types of books and you've had to, let's say, change your pen to a pen name because people didn't like that. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Georgia was my PA for Lauren Ashley and has only ever read half of my very first book and decided it wasn't for her. This is why she became my PA, because she was honest. Okay, then how could... I don't...
So odd.
G has raised concerns with me about people mentioning her ARC form. This was copied from a template, hence that's why they all look the same. Misha Taylor has read a couple of my books, but not this one in particular. Neither of them knew to the full extent what was in this book. Ashley edited this book. She had asked me some questions, and in my replies, I wasn't entirely truthful.
Okay, well, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. There
Fuck
you
them
go.
all.
Yeah.
Fuck them all. You've read the book. What do you mean you weren't entirely truthful? Did you jar it? Did she jar it where she gave like a horror novel and then romanticized it at the last minute? Like,
No, I think she did what I said, which was I give my editor one version of the book,
Yes,
they edit
well,
it, and then I add the worst shit after.
Yeah, no, that's
I
what
think
that's
I
what I'm
genuinely,
saying.
if either she's lying about the editor and the editor's just trying to save their ass, or that she lied to her editor, which sounds more likely to me personally.
Yeah, it's like you cannot coin jarred it. It just feels like it's my term. Yeah, this makes the whole thing worse. She asked me, she did not read over my final manuscript, which became the published, now unpublished version. I'm sorry that I wasn't who I said I was, and I'm so sorry for the content in my book, and I am even more sorry that this was missed as a trigger warning. I will be removing myself from the book community. If I ever get back to writing, I will not hide who it is, and I will make sure that people I work with know the full content of my books. However, I do not see that happening. I think what's really crazy is the victim mentality that she does, and this idea that she was like, oh, there should have been a trigger warning. No. No, it's not the trigger warning. You glorified grooming. You romanticized grooming.
The trigger warning is a gun.
Yeah, like, but that's what I'm saying, like,
I'm just saying a gun. I'm not saying what you do with the gun. I'm just saying that the trigger warning is a gun.
let's see, we got one of these reviews here. I want to see another one. Give me 20 seconds. Here we go. Let's see. These are just some of the reviews for this book before it was taken down. Please note I'm not rating this book 1 star. I'm rating it -1,000,000 stars.
I'm sorry.
This book
This
is
is just so
actually
awful.
so disgusting. This book promotes pedophilia and the abuse of young children. The male main character admits throughout the book that he first noticed the female main character when she was 3 years old, and then proceeds to make a portrait of a 3-year-old a 3-year-old throughout the book while performing illicit sexual acts.
This was the review I saw. Again,
Yep.
I wish I saved it. I was just checking my phone real quick. I didn't, but this was the review that I saw, and I instantly went from okay, weird daddy daughter dom relationship thing. Who cares? To as soon as it went to this, I was like, ew.
So
no,
Turned to a
gross.
Serbian film.
yeah. So here's like
I think you should low to your god now.
No, you babe, you could say they can go Persona 3.
Trigger warning, Galox
I don't
out
know what that
against
means,
this
though.
person.
Persona 3, when they use their special powers, they use a gun and they kind of like do something to themselves with the gun, and the
They point the gun
persona
at their
comes
head.
out. Yes.
What comes out of the gun?
Their
Magic
special power.
dust.
Yeah, actually their special power.
Magic dust comes out of the gun, and then you
As
summon your
someone who has
persona
engaged
from
in
shooting
DD/LGBTQ
magic dust at your head.
dynamics,
Mouse.
I claim
Wow,
neither this
that's
novel,
not-
its author, nor its protagonist couple.
Thank you so much for the 5 Canadian.
get more
That
food.
means we get the dog. It's time to feed the dog now. It's time to give her treats. Holy shit, she ran for the song. It's time to feed the dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Come on, girl, get up. Oh, she is
He's
learning,
so
chat.
cute.
She's conditioned. Sit. Sit for mom. Come on, sit. Sit.
Sit for who?
For mom. For you.
You?
You. Oh, yeah, your dad. Excuse me. Go for it. There she is, chat. Yeah, she is. She's 100% Pavlov. It's actually kind of scary.
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Girl, why are you look like you guys can't see it, but she's like, what is she doing? She's so fucking. I love her so much, but she's just so crazy, and that means, chat, you have won another goal if we reach 10 more super chats. Doggo Trito 3. Yeah, so this is insane. I am beyond disgusted that the book was even able to be printed, and the author seriously needs to be investigated for their sick and twisted thoughts. Funny.
Real quick, I want to pause right there on that because a lot of people are like, "Oh, find the publisher, find the publisher." You can just self-publish on Amazon, you guys.
True.
And what about Amazon? Amazon is a company that doesn't give a fuck about things normally. So they're just gonna do whatever. It's only when they get backlash like the way they have here, and when they're finally like, "Oh shit, I guess we'll fucking do something."
Oh Christ! But then there's positive reviews. We'll get to the positive reviews, chat. Okay, so this is something I actually wanted to say because I this is not the first time that we've talked about DDGL or LG or the found fetish fetishization. You can watch our Leadhead coverage if you're new to the channel. We really go deep into it a little bit more. This isn't. So my whole thing with DDLG is if you are two consenting adults and someone wants to portray themselves as an 18, 19-year-old, I don't personally give a fuck. Or wants to...
Yeah, again, I don't...
Or wants to dress in frilly or young-like clothing, I don't... I think it's weird. I don't... Like, weird, whatever. But when you're completely... When you're identifying the age specific associated with when you met this person and it is under any age of consent, I do not give a fuck. Like, you can, like, perfect example, because Laya was in the chat. Age regression is not an excuse for you to be a shitty person, Peaches.
I was about to bring up Peaches.
That's fucked up.
Peaches, you fucking whale. Listen, explode in the BK. I don't. Oh no. There's a. They. I don't fat shame often, but I.
Did you just hear other people call her that, and
yes!
now you're just doing it?
Yes.
Do you even know?
I'm
what
actually
she
gonna
looked-
watch some like Toby and Peaches like stuff tomorrow because I don't know anything about it.
But like this is those are fighting words. Ducky. I know.
Don't
well, like,
oh my god, that ducky shit.
That
pisses
fucking
me
ducky
off.
shit.
Don't.
But like that's the thing is like people you can't use. I also don't actually believe in like age regression that way, but that's a different story for a different day. You cannot use age regression to like excuse you bad behaviors, but you also can't. I don't personally don't think that you can fucking use it in the way of like sexual pleasure like that. It's weird, like it's disgusting, especially if you're identifying them to be particularly underaged. Like it's you're acting out pedophilia fetish. Like you are acting out pedophilia in a quote unquote safe environment because you're doing that. Yeah. I don't age regression is weird. I personally actually don't believe in it. But that is me. I can't man.
What does not believing in it mean?
I don't think it's real. I personally don't think it's real. I
mean, it's role playing, right?
No. Age regression is the psychological thing. Age play is something completely different. Age play and age regression are two different things. Nope. Age regression is a psychological thing in relation to trauma, where you become more childlike. But people being able to identify that they're a specific age during their age regression, I call fucking cap, bullshit, whatever the fuck you want to say. Yeah, like age regression is not something you could turn off on and off like a fucking switch. And like that's my whole thing. Like, if you can identify the exact age you age regress to, there's something wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
just your-
DID. It's a mystery. But-
Again, I'm not the mental health person, right? But I just feel
Yeah.
like
I
on
mean,
one
I don't
hand,
know
I
much
feel
about
like
this.
on one hand, I feel like our brains are such a mystery, at least to me. It's not out of the realm that maybe that is something that happens to you, but I feel like if it's something in Peach's case that only happens when you're in trouble or you're not taking accountability for something or you're just avoiding
Your bad behavior.
Getting-
responsibility.
responsibility or avoiding your getting consequences for your bad
Yeah.
behavior. That's a load of shit to me. But again, I'm not saying it never ever happens because I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I'm also just like,
Oh, it's the same.
since you brought up Peaches in their specific case, I doubt big X to doubt.
I have to know. Did someone ever get in an argument with Peaches? She age regressed, and then someone told him, "Go to your room. You're grounded."
That's hilarious. Probably not.
I
That's
haven't
funny.
watched
She's
enough
age regressed.
content.
She should because she's a child.
Okay, this review is insane. Let's talk about it. Age regressing to my 7th grade field trip when I accidentally dropped my potato peeling on my cousin. That's insane. No, Dr. Cloudy is a doctor? Jesus Christ. None of us. No. Listen.
So true. Chat, I
Listen.
diagnose you all to drink water.
Yes. Listen, I poke fun at Lio, but he has openly said that that fucking Peaches is crazy, so God bless him.
Lord above.
Let's see. This was a review from Nini. I got an ARC, but my rating review are my own. I don't know what ARC means. I don't know what that means. I had to DNF. I think
You're not
23% of was a good amount for me to review. This book has one problem, and it should be on trigger warnings. It has pedophilia. The main character started noticing the female character when she was 3. I'm sorry, but 3 years old. Oh, advanced reader copy. Thank you. An exact excerpt from the book. Wanting a woman as sweet as my friend's toddler daughter. I'm not fucking reading that. I'm not fucking reading it. I'm not fucking reading it. I'm not fucking reading it. That is an insane
Yeah, we're not
sentence.
reading that out. Oh, we're not reading that out. Oh no.
No.
Oh no,
No,
TOS.
I'm not.
Yeah, let's skip ahead. Let's scroll right past that. Let's not look at that no more. Oh.
Well, it's good. I just took an edible.
No!
I'm gonna need it.
I work for the government. I can't take
My brain
any drugs.
turned against me. I'm like, oh no.
I know you warned me. I know you warned me. I didn't see the second paragraph.
Q's Hood Ornament became a member. Q's Hood Ornament celebrates 3 months of membership. Read it, coward.
No, I'm not reading it because it's actually revolting. Because it's literally.
You can read it.
It is quite literally okay. So you want to talk
It's about
pedophilia?
child.
It's
Like
pedophilia.
if you're reading the Grums thing where he's like stepping with the steel toe boot on someone's crotch, I'm like, that's adults, but this is a child.
I also want to point out that it's a description of a child, but also a description of private parts. Like I want to point out that it's describing that completely in some way that is and this woman claims that everybody misinterpreted her book. Chat.
Art. Oh my god. You don't understand my vision.
Yeah, I'm not reading that. A toddler. Literally a toddler.
You can click. Can we move to the next one?
Some of the so we have some of the positive reviews I have.
Positive.
There were positive reviews. Somehow this book had fucking positive reviews. I received this book as an advanced reader copy, and I'm very glad I read the trigger warnings beforehand. This book explores the Daddy Littles relationship in great detail. I rated 3 stars only because some parts were a little weird and uncomfortable for me, but the plot of the story was well written, and I enjoyed the spicy scenes!
There's no plot.
Why?
There's no plot.
This
though.
is grooming. This is a book about pedophilia. This is a book that glorified pedophilia. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane? Every person who has ever positively... These either have to be fucking bots, or... I don't even...
They might be... They could also just be, like, friends.
Or friends. This is insane. Why would you... What the fuck? Falgi, I bet she uses the dog whistle in her book. That C-word pedos use. I swear to God, if she uses that word, I'm gonna shop at Lowe's. Go to Persona 3! Listen, Persona 3 chat! Hey, to my members in the chat, there is a little emote of me, of my character doing something. I wonder what that emote is called. It's silence. I wonder what that used to mean. Silence PDFs. There we go. And if you want to become a member today, you can join the membership. If you want to tip us, please, you can tip us at the Stream Element page, or you can tip us at the live goal thing. Thank you very much. Listen, I'm torturing myself for you guys. I'm literally torturing myself right now.
Like and subscribe.
No. In the audience, like, we didn't ask for this.
I want to point out, okay, I also want to point out something like very, very crazy.
Oh, we're back. How about my fiance?
You know, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Tell him we say hello. I want to point out, we are 50 away from 1K. We are almost there. Is that little Falgi point? No, it's pointing. It's just pointing. It's just be pointing.
That's just how he looks when he's yelling at people.
It is a sticker.
Also, thank you to Blue Yokai for drawing
Blue
that.
Yokai
so
made
cute.
this. They are stickers. There's a sticker in it that says "Silence PDS." The Italian is talking. Shout out to Q. He donated that to somebody's stream. It's literally one of the funniest things. It's a sticker in the Discord. We are at 950. Only 50 more to 1K. At 1K, we reveal something extremely insane. And it's
whole
just
pics, you guys.
Yes, whole pic. No, Connie! Connie!
I'm kidding.
Jessica says, I was chosen as an advanced reader copy for this book, and here are my thoughts. Daddy's Little Toy is a dark taboo romance book that explores I don't fucking care. Hey,
cool anime girls. Tipped $1.
Thank you.
My mum used to be with a Facebook group that the point of it was to review books. They got advanced copies of books and they had to write a review, but they weren't allowed to rate under 3 or 4 stars. That might be why the positive reviews for some of these.
How fascinating. I never knew that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh,
I didn't know
interesting.
Just real quick, I don't like Jessica's choice of wording, like a dark taboo romance. For my... Because I watch BookTok, but I'm in a specific bubble of it because I read a lot of horror novels, right? The main part of it is like the romance, dark mafia boss kidnapped me and treats me like a princess kind of shit, right?
Girl?
Are you lost, baby girl? But it's like it's not pedo stuff. Like,
No,
what do you mean?
Like, this is
That's
insane.
not taboo. Or no, even it is. You know what I mean? It's not taboo love.
No, it's criminal. It's criminal. Like this is not taboo.
Crime.
Like this is not like taboo in the way that like, oh, they can't be together kind of thing, or oh, it's a dark secret that society doesn't like. Like, this is criminal. This is actually fucking criminal. And the fact, like, yeah, this is not like monster fucker romance, like serial killer stalker shit. Like, this is real pedophile shit. Like, and it's like, I devoured this book. Shut the fuck up, you crazy lady. I can't believe you would even say this out loud.
Yeah, that's...
And this all kind of comes to a head because there are videos that BookTok review people have made on it. Let me see if I can go grab the one that Ash found. Remember, chat, to like the stream. There's 87 of you and not enough likes on the stream. On the stream.
Hello.
I don't know who this is, but this is Evie Lupine. This video was made about 2 months ago. I might want to find a different video. Okay, let me see if I can find the video that I watched on it. The only reason, and I will tell you why, because it actually does go and explain the first book, as well as, fun fact, we learn more about this lady and her relationships. Chat. What if
because I feel like age gap discourse stuff, that doesn't really cover what's happening here. Because at the end of the day, I don't care about two adults doing stuff. Like, it's weird, and you can be like, why is this old person being a freak? But, like, whatever. Like, it's not, it is what it is. This is literally just gross.
God, I fall asleep to so many fucking things.
Yeah.
So, chat, I leave my, I leave my thing on autoplay because I get tired. Oh, look, I clicked the wrong thing. And so I sleep to video sometimes. Author arrested. But is this the one? I think, yeah, this is the one. Because this lady plays Fortnite in this one. Guys, we found the Diorio of BookTok. Rachel Oats, the Diorio of BookTok. I think it's. I actually really like this video. This video goes over. This video went over the Mistlehoe book, so I am going to speed it up a little bit. Oh, by the way, I've been plugging away at this 9-hour video on Mega Man Battle Network and Star Force lore, because I've mentioned this previously. Don't do my girl Rachel like that. I listen. It's just she's good. I actually like this video.
Yeah, Rachel Oats is good.
I've been working on a Mega Man inspired TTRPG thing to do behind the scenes. Not behind the scenes, but as like a personal game thing to test it out. Because it looks very interesting. I have a concept for a story. It's like an original story, and I'm actually really excited to do it. I just have to learn more about the game. All right, chat. Let's watch Rachel talk about this crazy bitch. We're going to put her at 1.25 speed. We'll see if she's too slow. You making a game, Valji? No. I did find a TTRPG, Mega Man Battle Network inspired TTRPG. And I'm looking how well it works comparatively with things like Kids on Bikes and seeing how well it works.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to a new video. I hope you're okay with voiceover me again today. Today we are going to be talking about a really difficult topic, a really, really horrible one. It is based around bad books, but also so much more. I don't just mean poorly written books this time, but actually offensive and potentially dangerous books.
Pimento.
Today's video, like I say, is going to be covering some very difficult topips, so please use your best judgment and feel free to skip this video if you need to. I will not mind at all. So I've spent a lot of time in my content before talking about how I thoroughly dislike.
Okay, I'm going to speed her up just a little bit more, because she does cover stuff we've already kind of covered. Wait, her video is 1080 by 50? How the hell did she do that? God bless, I guess.
Like books which romanticize abuse and violence, in particular sexual violence against women. And I don't mean books with actual like consensual non-consent, and I don't mean books which portray sexual violence at all, because sometimes I think it's necessary to, well, not necessarily to have it graphically in books, but it can be used as a plot point, or, you know, it can happen to a character, and I feel like as long as it's handled sensitively and the rapist is...
So I do think that like this was something that Cloudy was discussing a little bit earlier. Turn it up, she's whispering. Okay. Sorry, chat. It is quiet video. It's something that Cloudy brought up a little bit earlier, that a lot of these books aren't like, me and my friends will use a fan-made TD. Yes, I found one actually. We might have found the same one capsized. Let me know. So it was something that Cloudy talked at the beginning of the discussion, is talking about abuse, sexual assault, and some of these darker themes can be done, and sometimes they could be done to a comedically like gory degree, but it always comes from a point of reference where it's not glorified or romanticized. We have clearly seen fucking evidence of this person romanticizing pedophilia in their book, marketing it as dark romance, and having descriptions of this person, of the adult main character, the male main character, falling in love with a fucking toddler. It's weird. It's disgusting.
Is rightly villainized. Obviously, you know, I don't have an issue with that. However, there are books out there which absolutely romanticize sexual violence and glamorize a lot of men who are violent towards women. An example of this would be books like the Harrow Fair series, which I've reviewed here on my channel before, which has the main character and narrator quite literally, she has previous trauma from being anally raped, and then she is once again in the final book anally raped, but this time by the main love interest, who does it to her without her consent, simply because he can't stand the thought of another man having a part of her that he hasn't. And during this scene, she struggles, she cries, she begs him not to,
God,
but
this
he
is such
ties her
a
up
terrible
and does it to her anyway.
video game
and
to
it's
play
very
where you
graphically
explain
described.
this.
And in the end, she orgasms, so it's all forgiven, and she goes on to marry him.
BookTok, you got fucking problems.
Why are you playing Fortnite?
BookTok, you got fucking
Children
problems.
play Fortnite. Children play Fortnite.
Thank you, Ned
I know it
subscribing.
is for a game for kids. I swear to God, I know more like 50-year-olds
Yes.
that play Fortnite than younger people.
Play something sad like Darkest Dungeon.
Like nobody in my age range that I personally know in my personal life plays Fortnite, but like I have like several older coworkers who play Fortnite. To me, that's really funny. But yeah, this is insane to play while you're talking about this.
I you know what's really funny? I've consumed more Fortnite due to drama content than I've ever done actually playing or watching people play Fortnite. It is the Diorio effect.
Favorite stream.
It is the Diorio effect.
I've only played Fortnite once, and it was with my fiance's friend's daughter because she had a friend over, and so they were showing me how to play Fortnite, and I'm like, okay, let's see how this goes. I won, I think.
I played
Fortnite
Fortnite with my nephew, and it was very, very bad.
I don't like the building stuff. I know it's been taken out, but like I'm just like
I couldn't play, but like I played with the building stuff. Hold up, I actually.
I know they took that out, but I'm not really good at like battle royale, like team shooter things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not for me personally.
That's what I mean by romanticization of sexual violence against women. This is undoubtedly.
All right, I'm going to speed her up a little bit more. I'm sorry,
She's
chat.
very fast.
She's too slow for me. And I've also seen part of this book. They have the optimal no build mode. Hey, Greg, why aren't you on today?
Because this is not a topic. Yeah, because it's not a topic that not everyone's
Greg.
like.
I miss Greg.
And
he never misses me back.
Well,
tell Q to get on then.
Q can come on if he wants to. He's probably playing D&D right now.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I think it's offensive and unhealthy and disgusting. This isn't roleplay or kink or even dubious consent or consensual non-consent. I know, Kyra's grumbling here. It's simply a fictional account of rape, which is then excused and celebrated because the violent racist happens to be a little bit hot. And despite the fact so many people try and defend this nonsense, this is one thing that I will absolutely not budge my opinion of. The fiction we consume does subconsciously change our view of the world, and our subconscious views of the world affect the fiction we choose to consume. I don't just believe that these kinds of books normalize women to violence being used against them, but they also encourage people to overlook red flags and excuse abusive behavior in real life. I also believe that the people who enjoy these books are, despite what they might argue,
go on.
It's a bit too moralizing for me.
No, I don't know about that one. Like I don't read my horror novels and then think that it's gonna be fine if someone tries to assault. Like I don't know. That's a little okay.
I'm sorry.
I disagree.
But it's like the fucking Columbine thing where like, oh man, violent video games made them shoot people, so I know they were shitty people.
Yeah, it's also one of those. It's also one of those things where it's like it depends on who's handling it. It is the style of book that you're reading. If you are, like she's describing, reading a series of novels where the main character is essayed, and then the main love interest proceeds to also make her relive her essay, but then in a positive manner, that's disgusting. Like, that is disgusting. But a splatterpunk novel or another novel that is not taking the villain's side in any way, it can still be written very well. I think this is just a different type of making it normal.
Like, I wonder if it was wasn't from the guy's perspective, but if it was from the girl's perspective, like, do you think that would change it a lot, or it would be just as horrible?
Which one? Our book? The book that we're talking about right now?
Yeah. Because it's from the male perspective, correct? All right.
No, it goes both.
I don't know.
It goes back and forth.
Okay, my bad.
And either way,
what Tori does
say,
is she goes back and forth.
And I would say it doesn't matter, but the way it would change, it would still be bad, but it would still, how do I put this? Whether or not you see it from his or her perspective, I think you as the reader would be able to see that, like, oh, this is something bad is happening. Like, this isn't, you can have unreliable narrators. And I actually really enjoy books that have like an unreliable main character. They're fun, they're interesting, they're exciting. Not this though. This just sucks.
Yeah, Bissell, I agree.
Yeah, I think it also kind of, yeah. Comments is the comments of CNC and non-con isn't the greatest because there are people who are into it, but if you're writing about it, there are things you can and cannot do. It's like a lot of kinks, you need limits. Yeah. I think that's kind of what do you mean you gotta remove the fucking book's testicles? Come on!
Bad vibes.
We're sensitive about testicles around here, okay?
I do fucking every time. No, because you started it. You're like you tell the chat that my testicle gave me bad vibes because it had cancer.
Okay, then why do they take it? Why do they take exactly? So
am
am I wrong? Okay, that's bad vibes. That's bad aura. They had to take it out
in D&D.
Oh,
nice.
That because he was a rapist.
Oh.
Fauci only has.
And then a god enchanted the balls so they couldn't
be fixed.
Rot.
Yeah. Fauci only got one ball. Yes, I know. I had cancer. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I almost died.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chat, I want...
Do you have any pictures of you when you had cancer?
What'd you say?
Did you have any pictures of you when you had cancer?
Yeah. I had a bald fucking head. I was bald as a motherfucker.
Why? Why? Because of the chemo?
Yeah. Yeah, the chemo made my hair fall out.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah, chemo made my hair fall out. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about that fucking ASMR.
I love the idea that it's like, oh, you had cancer? Weird. Did your hair fall out? No, you think about you are thinking about the episode. Oh, you have a little cancer? What are you, poor? Because you have cancer, you little
Walker.
Cancer boy?
Yeah.
What are you, little poor?
That's what the ASMR thing is, chat. So there's this one ASMR that's like, oh, your bullies bully you for having cancer.
Are you going to cry now, chemo boy?
It's like, oh, what are you, poor? Are you poor from all the chemo treatment?
Oh, my God. We covered it on our ASMR stream. You should see it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so stupid.
Fauci suffers greatly with the last one.
Yo.
Yeah. Anyway,
listen,
he's fine now. He's good.
I'm not dying.
Anymore.
I mean, technically, we're all dying at a certain point when we reach about 16. Cell death, the cell genesis kind of levels off. Guys, I don't give a fuck about. Listen,
no,
if you feel really bad about if you feel really bad about my cancer, you should tip today. I don't know what to tell you, or go to my throne and buy me something. You know, my cancer anniversary is actually coming up soon.
Dang.
Yeah.
In my head, I was like, "Oh, we should make like a fake,
peace,
this person has cancer, and you have like, I will remember you, and it's like floating, and you have like,
is it gonna be my testicle? Is it gonna be my testicle? And we just literally just like, I know when it was taken out. I know when it was taken out.
I'll make you a cake. I'll make you a cake in the shape of a ball.
I actually, I have, I've told this story on stream. In college, we used to do something I used to do, highly illegal, by the way. We did like a cross campus. We did a cross campus scavenger hunt. Very illegal. Straight the fuck up. Was not good because we did very bad things.
Here's for the ball. I guess cake. I don't know, man.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. It's fine.
Make it Nutella because of hazelnuts.
Yes. So. I have to find out when my cancerversary is. Yeah, Weaver, it's fun. So I had our theme was Blank's missing Fauci's missing testicle, and it was a milk carton with with depiction of the Castian prizes with a missing testicle, and you see if missing, please call this number. If found, please call this number on the shirt. It was a very funny shirt. I don't know if I still own it, but yeah, it was.
Oh, so did like one side have like a regular testicle and the other side was like an outline with like question marks drawn into it?
Yeah. It was it was a hashed mark where the testicle used to be. Yeah, like a hash drawing. Yeah. It was I probably still own the shirt. I don't think I fit in it because I got real thin. But yeah, 07 for the ball. 07s. Thank you, Cloudy.
You're welcome.
I love you too, honey. All right, let's get back to the video.
People already be in the mindset of excusing violence against women, you know? Well, you know, this one wasn't real rape because of this. Oh, well, you know, this one wasn't real rape because she orgasmed. This one wasn't real rape because look at him. This one wasn't real rape because even though she said no, she did really want it. No does sometimes mean yes, and all those kinds of nonsense excuses, you know? A while back when I was reviewing the Zodiac Academy books, in the third book, after getting a lot of pushback from people, I made this argument, and let's go back to past me. As I say, it's not the whole dark romance genre in general. It's just romanticized abuse. A morally dubious character who's painted as a villain is absolutely okay.
Oh, shit.
A morally dubious character who learns what they did is wrong.
What happened?
and
Oh
makes
shit!
amends
What happened? You okay?
No, my leg fell off.
Oh,
My eyeball
no!
fell out.
Oh no!
Oh
I just hit
no!
my mic.
Quickly, Killjoy, drive to.
Quickly! Don't say that. Somebody has a fetish for that. Don't say that.
What?
Oh god.
Not me.
Oh,
I'm saying
no.
in the chat. Somebody probably. I'm sorry, chat. I'm mean to you. I'm so sorry.
Why would you say Chad's an EFT fetish? Why would you do that?
As someone's played Kawaii Shoujo, whatever the fuck that weird game was in here. The leg had bad vibes.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard Kawaii Shoujo is actually good, but I never got that far in it because it's
I'm
like
never gonna
too much
play that.
reading.
Yeah.
Visual novel.
It's also fucking weird. Why? Listen.
Also, real quick, because I'm thinking about what she's saying, right? Whether she likes it or not, people
Kinda
are
looks
buying
so,
these
though.
books. People are buying these books, and they like the fact that it's kind of fucked up because it's a fantasy, and there are people who have fucked up fantasies.
Mhm.
And where you can say it's gross and ill if it's between consenting adults and it's safe for all that stuff. It's not. You can just don't look, don't read it. Don't
I
do any
think
of that.
it's-
I don't think it existing is promoting violence because that's insane. So you're just like a dumb baby. Anything you see, you just automatically believe. Like, what are we doing?
I'm also.
Unless I take that book and I beat someone to death with it.
Yeah.
I'm also. I'm gonna say the
And again, this is me just I'm applying this to people who have all their faculties and it's the age appropriate person is reading
Age-appropriateness,
said book. Yeah. It's just one
also-
of those things that like people like fucked up shit and they're gonna read it, and it doesn't mean that they're gonna go out and start beating women in the street. Like, to me, that doesn't. I'm over dramatizing it a little bit, but that
because she is.
to me this argument is so this argument to me is so just like
It's
whatever.
brutish in
And
a
maybe that
weird
is
way.
because
Disingenuous.
and maybe that's because I read a lot of horror novels where crazy, insane shit happens all the time. I didn't suddenly become a super spy serial killer who sells body parts on the dark web. Like, you just read it and go, "Oh, that's insane, funny."
Yeah, like,
Wow, that
horrified,"
was
and then you
oddly
read the next one.
specific. That was
really,
oddly
really
specific.
into like serial
yeah, no,
killers and true crime. That didn't mean I went like, I could totally get away with a murder. Siri,
Yeah.
why'd you turn on? Why'd you turn on when I said that, Siri?
Well, yeah, it's
recording.
well, like, I think that's one of the things too, right? It's and let's be very honest. The demographic for these books is not men. It's predominantly a female audience. Men are not reading.
Females.
But you know what I mean? Like this is-
Femoid.
Yeah.
the femoids. Yep. Like,
Sorry.
but like no, but let's be real. This is predominantly targeted at a female audience, and so it's like, I do think it's like it is like somewhat disingenuous to say that. Be like, oh, blah 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 blah. It's like, yes, when you're romanticizing it, it also does feel like this person specifically reads dark romance novels and nothing outside of it, which is part of the problem. Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
fictional violence doesn't equal real violence. I understand it being romanticized, but it's not always like the same thing.
Finally
Yeah,
address
exactly.
women's wrongs. And women write fucked up stories.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah. Yes. You, the femoid in the chat, you did something wrong.
What do you mean by that?
I told them they did something wrong. You've been up.
What do you mean by that?
I almost did
Oh.
it.
I knew where it was going.
Say it, pussy.
No, go
Say
on.
it.
Yeah, go on.
Say it.
Go on.
Come on.
If you don't, I will.
I will do.
Fine. You've been a bad, bad girl.
Your
Ooh, my
voice
voice
cracked.
cracked. My voice cracked.
Your voice cracked. Cringe.
My voice
cringe.
cracked.
Everyone
No!
point and laugh. Everyone point and laugh. Cringe.
Vibes ruined.
Oh,
Riz
God.
gone.
Oh, God.
You've been a bad girl, chat.
A very
Ooh,
bad girl.
You dirty
Chad.
girl.
All right, that's enough.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We
Okay, hit play.
we are so
Hero
fucking great.
is okay.
Yeah, she
Hero
did it
making
better. I
mistake
know
and
she
making
did.
moves is okay. A romantic hero taking part in consensual non-consent or even just being dominant while still respecting their partner, understanding consent, maintaining boundaries, and taking part in aftercare is okay. However, a character with no boundaries, no respect.
Okay, so she does kind of like not necessarily walk it back, but she does like clarify. So I give her credit where credit is due. Yeah, Fauci. Holy shit, Cloudy's always hot. What are you talking about?
Others, who ignores consent, who attempts murder, rapes, is violent, manipulative, is emotionally and verbally abusive, who makes it
Y'all stop. My bi panic is freaking out. Black, it's okay.
Okay.
Bi panic should be free. That's how it works. That's our job.
the characters state that they feel violated, disgusted with themselves, degraded, and fears them, and they never express
Bro, I like Rachel, but my volume is at okay, I will raise her a little bit more, chat. Like, I have her pretty high.
She's just kind of, she's a quiet, she's a
Yeah.
quiet
remorse,
lady.
regret, or make any changes about this, but is allowed to get away with it because they're attractive and you just can't help being attracted to the person that they're hurting. That is dangerous and sickening. That is not okay. You can have a safe place in books for fantasies that you want to happen, which you might not want to happen in the real world. But if those fantasies involve
Okay, wait. This is not
okay,
about
but you're
Rachel.
just gonna say.
But go on.
Oh, I was about to say she's gonna say, oh, it's okay to have fantasies, but you're actually saying it's not because let's just be honest. Adults sometimes have fucked up fantasies, and they need to have somewhere to have them. That's just how it is. It's gonna be like that forever, right? Someone reading again the Dark Mafia prince kidnapped me.
Oh my god, there's so
shoved
many
me in the
ASMRs
basement.
like that.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. That all of a
Right.
sudden
And
that's
this
gonna
doesn't
just like happen. Like I just don't like this argument because it just really ignores like.
And again, this doesn't concern pedophilia. That is literally
Yeah.
not what anybody is saying.
Yeah, this is specifically just like if you have
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
not talking
CNC
about-
fetish or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not talking about fucking crime. I'm talking about like you're weird like I want to be completely dominated type of fantasies, not whatever the fuck Tori Woods.
Yeah,
Tori Woods wrote. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to say Tory Lane, but
so
that's a
actually
real
being-
person. That's not an author, right? I don't
degraded.
know who that is.
Level 50
Tory
mafia
Lane's
boss
like a-
versus level 100 crook. No.
It's like a famous actress who had some drug problems.
Oh, okay. Well,
We
oops.
are talking
Bless
about
her heart.
365 Donnie. We are.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about that. No, there's so
Mhm.
many dark
they
romance,
really?
quote unquote. There's so many mob
Mhm.
Italian
Mm-hmm.
fantasy books. Like there's a
Majunga.
bajillion.
Majunga Wumpa. I'm sorry. My friends was so bad. No. Yeah, my friends was so bad, but anyway, I'm ace, so I want when I want to feel funky, I just open Dark Souls.
That's so based.
Okay, hot take. To my monster fuckers in chat, you are special chatters, and you should
You're
know.
very valid.
You guys are the specialist. You are the most unique snowflake ever. I have never met a monster fucker who is the same.
No, the fake ones are the people say like, oh, I'm a monster fucker. And they show you the most vanilla shit ever. I'm like, oh, sure, buddy. What about this one?
It's
They're
a normal.
like, no.
It's a normal looking
Can we
vampire.
get
They
a
just have like
special
long teeth.
roll?
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Ooh.
Yeah,
You would get it.
the lit roll, the literature roll is a monster fucker. What about robots? That's fine. Wasn't expecting the acknowledgement. What about the Dino Girlies? Twilight Midnight.
You
What are
know,
you talking
Beckett?
about?
you know how we feel about jokes around here. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to ask
it Beckett the
Beckett.
Dino
I have to ask
Girlie?
Beckett for the Dino fetish book because I did say that I would read it on stream because he read a little bit of it and it's hyper hilarious. It's so fucking funny from what I remember.
assaulted or murdered for sexual arousal. Just like if they involved children or animals, for example, or anyone else who can consent.
Yes,
then there
we
may be
all
some
agree
issues
with
that you need to
this.
address instead of trying to normalize this harmful behavior. I don't really mind what you're attracted to as long as it's all consensual, but I do think there's an issue if the things you're attracted to are literal rape and violence and abuse. If you
Hey, Holder Dancer, thank you for becoming a camera
Holder Dancer became a member.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Remember, we're almost there to 1,000.
still on the fence and you're not with me, then I'll give you another example, right? The authors of these books decided to age up the characters to make them all over 18. Even though the characters act like children.
Okay, that is honestly one of my biggest issues with a lot of these types of books, though. It's, oh, well, they're 18, they're 19, they're 20, but yet they're constantly described with like adjectives you would give to children. And it was the same thing with the way that Leadhead purposefully used adjectives and scenarios where these adults that she lives with got lost like children in a supermarket because they couldn't control their excitement. And that's like one of those things where it's like, that like highlights like, yeah, it's the Shadman defense.
Bookflower became a member. Bookflower celebrates 3
I love
months
the
of
way it says
membership.
Bookflower.
Not too much with the monsters, but send the masked men/women my way.
Oh man, I remember like post Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 coming out on
Ghost.
TikTok. Holy shit, that Ghost Koenig, even like Soap. But like if you were a dude, you had like a military mask. Chicks would be like, "Hey."
I'll wear a ghost thing one day just for y'all. How about that?
Cause they even put you've seen the like some of those I posted when I get my
Yes.
TikTok.
Yeah, no, the TikTok ones they're insane.
Sadly, the other ones I had are gone. I would have
They're
to
like
find
they're
if I post those.
well, I think that's the part of the thing. Like TikTok stuff doesn't like stay around. Yeah, I'll do
Well, 'cause
the
fucking
ghost
TikTok
thing
bans
one day.
stuff,
How
it
about
deletes
that,
stuff.
chat? The ghost soap fanfics are insane.
And Koenig too. Even though his voice actor's kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah, I think Abyssal like hit it on the head. It's just the baby. It's like the babyfying of language. Exactly.
Dress like children and are treated as children, but they're totally not children because they're over 18. If this is just fantasy and just kink and none of this is real, then why does it matter that these characters are over 18? Couldn't you just kept
Also, this is like a point of order too. Just because you like things like anime, cartoons, fucking Hello Kitty, like Sanrio shit, that doesn't make you childlike. That is something in like today's culture, because I've heard like Reddit story shit. It's liking specific childhood things or childish things, like video games, shit like that. That is not what this whole infantilization language and infantilization characteristics that these like main characters go through in these types of novels that like clearly are pushing a fetish and a boundary that should not be pushed. Like that's not what that is. Like this is she's gonna describe the Mistlehoe book a little bit, but it's wearing tutus. I believe Rachel's gonna go into it, but in the Mistlehoe book, she takes pictures of herself in like specifically kid-coded Christmas pajamas. Like they're specifically child-coded pajamas. Like monster fucking this, monster fucking that. What about monster hand-holding? Monster watching the sunset together. Oh god, that's real.
them as children? Because it's all just fantasy. It's not real. It's totally okay, right? You can do anything with these characters and find anything hot because they're not real. It's just fantasy. It's just kink. Why can you justify violence, sexual assault, and rape against women? Because it's all just fantasy, but you can't justify it being done to children. Maybe it's because you know that sexualizing children is wrong. Children can't consent, and it's uncomfortable to read about raping a child, right? You wouldn't want a book that described raping a child in detail and telling you to get off on it because it's hot and sexy, would you?
Yeah.
Well, at least I hope you wouldn't. But if you don't want to read about a child getting raped, then why are you okay with reading about an adult getting raped? Why is it okay if it happens to a woman? Why is a child who can't consent
Because
off limits?
whether you like it or not, there's women who are into that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. Like I don't have any other way to say that. Like the genre is too big. The genre, this whole genre of like dark romance and kidnapping and CNC and blah blah blah. All of that is too huge of a genre to just say that people who enjoy this don't exist.
I think Pimenta says it
And it's
best.
also
Sorry, go.
Oh yeah, go on.
Pimenta says it best. You're saying the right things in the wrong way.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's difficult for her to parse that. Yeah, it happening to children is obviously really fucked up and bad and disgusting. Grown adults consenting to do something into role play, I don't really I can find it personally gross, but I'm not in their bedroom.
Again,
I don't care what chat. I do not care what you're doing in your room by yourself or with other people.
As long as it's legal.
Controversial.
As long
Controversial.
as it's legal.
I mean, it can be illegal. Just don't tell us.
No,
please don't tell us about crime. Don't tell us. Don't tell us about crime.
No, report yourself to the. If you're committing crimes, report yourself to the authorities. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's like what Midge said. Yeah. Because women can consent, unlike children, and women can have a non-con kink where it's fucked up if a child's exactly like. You're right. Minta's right. You're saying the right things in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like I'm not necessarily disagreeing with her, but it's also just like what are you on about?
You're harping on it you're harping on it incorrectly, because when you describe a child being assaulted as a fixture of the story, inherently it's because the child can never consent to that and is not a sexual being in any possible fashion. It is when it's an adult woman, especially if it's kind of a non-con thing there, there's a difference. And like Abyssal said, there are some kinks that are trauma related, and it's working through reclaiming that trauma. Again, it's not appropriate when it's about children, and a book purely about non-consensual sex that is not I can't say the word. Can somebody say the word? Romanticize. Thank you. I was having the issue where I was seeing the word, but I couldn't say the word. It's where it's not romanticized, but it's actually like just harmful, or what's being romanticized is purely criminal in the fashion of it's not just, it's gone beyond non-con. It's purely the criminal act, the degradation, the crime, and all of that. That's a different story. I hate to tell everybody this, but people like you, and you want to know who hates you? You want to know who hates Joe? The guy who plays Joe. The guy who plays Joe, in every interview I have ever seen for you, actively gets annoyed when people ask him about how he feels about people finding his character attractive, how he feels about his character. Does he think that his character has redeeming qualities? He's like, no. He's like, it's flattering, but no, I hate him. I want him to die every season. Like,
oh my
even
God,
he doesn't want the character to survive.
I hate the show You, but I also can't stop watching it because it's so it pisses me off so bad.
Like, it's bad. It's bad in a way that you can't look away.
It's like junk food for my brain. The only thing I really, it's so funny because I remember none of it, like nothing important anyway. But there's this one line where he's all, I don't even remember which girl he says it at, right? Because there's fucking every season's a new one or whatever.
Yeah.
But there was this bit where he's just like, this girl kind of catches him out on a small lie, like nothing crazy, right? It's like a little white lie, and he just looks at her and he goes, "Ugh, dating a smart woman is like a double-edged sword."
Oh God.
Yuck! Shut up.
Yeah, again, like he's supposed to be like uncomfortably creepy.
Yeah,
but like
so
there's
stupid.
a romanticized feature to him because he's seen as quote unquote redeemable because he's given weird redeemable moments. And that's kind of like will he finally like do the thing? Yeah, like exactly. Like it's so like I am one of those people that I don't care. I think kink shaming is fair ground. I just think you have to not. I think this comparison is a poor comparison because there is middle ground to the non-con of adults, and there is no middle ground to any like sexual assault of minors or any sexual content or sexual fantasization of minors. There's no middle ground. It's a crime. It's a paraphilia, and you need to be treated or locked up. End of fucking story.
But a woman who can't consent is considered sexy. I think they're both absolutely horrific. And I think the problem is when we're told that rape and violence against women is supposed to be sexy and hot, it just highlights this huge problem we have about how violence against women has been so normalized and become so pervasive in society that we think we can justify it in various different ways.
Okay,
Oh,
girl,
it's
you're losing
just
the
a
plot.
kink, just a fantasy.
Okay.
If you're saying it's just a kink, just a fantasy to watch women being raped, assaulted, and degraded, then that's not empowering. That's feeding into these patriarchal norms where women are treated as disposable
We're gonna continue. We're just gonna kind of go through it.
objects to be used and abused.
I came into non-con with adults as gray. What the hell did I miss? No, we are talking about that. Like there are consenting adults who will consent into non-con areas. There are books and novelizations that fetishize non-con in a way that is extremely harmful to women, and there are those that but there's a reality where that's not the same thing. It's also, you mean consensual, non-consensual? Yes. CNC, yes. It's like one of those things where it's like, because she's saying it and we're highlighting it because she's looking at the fact that CNC in books is just kind of weird. Okay, I got done with Beckett's terrible movie. What's going on here? An Australian author wrote a book that literally just fetishizes grooming and pedophilia. And we're going to get to it because she got arrested for it. But I get what Rachel is saying. I don't fully agree with what Rachel's saying.
Yeah, I still like her as a YouTuber. Don't get me wrong or anything, but it's just when it comes to these topics, it's, again, the world is very big.
Yeah.
And there's lots of different perspectives. There's lots of different things going on. But I think most rational, sane people agree. Kids
are a no-go.
abusing kids bad. Abusing kids bad. Hot take. Accusing kids very bad.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. You should try to grow a kangaroo. God damn it! No, what are the 1,000 of poisonous animals in the fucking Australian outback?
And thrown away. You're not empowered by reading this. You're part of the problem in oppressing women. And this is sadly incredibly...
Okay, don't say that to people. Okay. That's a
so
fucking...
all these women who love that are oppressing themselves. Can we... Come on.
Okay, that is literally that's the swerf shit.
That's some rat fem shit.
Yeah, that's some swerf shit. Which, hey, I'm gonna be here and say this. Sex work is real work. I have no problem if you engage in sex work, and I would support you engaging in that. I'm not gonna give you money, but I will literally be like, hey, if you're a legal adult and you wish to engage in it in a safe manner, go for it, girlfriend or boyfriend or NB friend. She's waffling and trying to equate CSA to CNC in a roundabout way. Yeah, it's just that is what she's doing. I really just don't like that she's trying to take a very easy dub situation to preach about her own worldview when she doesn't need to impose her opinion. Yeah, 100%.
True.
I think that's and it's okay. Okay, like we say, we don't criticize the person, we criticize their takes. And even if we agree on certain things, I don't agree on everything that she says.
Relevant today because this is something we have actually seen happen recently. Tori Woods is an author who has previously published 2 erotic novels. I don't really want to call them romance because there's very little romance in them. They're just explicit sex scenes strung together with poor dialogue and spelling mistakes. They're basically just porn in book form. There's not really anything else to them. Tori as a person, we'll find out a little bit more about her personal life later, but without a doubt we can say she is into much older men than her, and so she uses this as a feature in her books. Her first novel,
Okay, this is not her first novel. This is her second novel. This is actually incorrect.
Mistlehoe, and I can't say that, is about a young girl who visits a sweet shop at age 11 and decides she wants to work there. 10 years later, she returns and gets a job there, and she starts dating her boss's son, who is an absolute caricature of an abusive partner. But at least he's age appropriate. This is disgusting, sorry. But if I had to read this, so do you. He reeks. I have to control my gag at how putrid he smells. I can't even pinpoint where the smell is coming from.
Bro, this reminds me of the fucking cheese book. It reminds me of the fucking cheese book the way that this is.
Cheese book?
Cloudy knows.
There's a book.
Gorgon's God damn it!
It's such but that's such a good pun though.
I know.
Okay, so there's a book. I'll link that in the chat later too. Not the chat, in the Discord later too. There's a book called Zola, and it is about a mom and son and they live with this abusive husband/dad, and all kinds of bad shit happens in it. And but there's a really high focus on cheese, to the point where their last name is Zola, and the dad names the son Gordon to name him Gordon Zola. But all sorts of nasty, awful things happen that include cheese. And I'll leave it there because we're not talking about that right now.
Chat, we're
It's
going
so
down because my
bad.
legs are kind of tired, and I've been standing for like 3 hours at this point. I used my standing desk prior to stream start, so. All right.
Bro was
You gotta
standing.
keep stopping. I fix the
Okay,
bed
okay,
every time
let's-
and she ruins it.
That's her
Let the
bed.
baby ruin the bed.
I know.
Oh, something really cute that happened last night. So Pippi came to bed and she got under the covers and she poked her head back out and she laid her head on my fiance's pillow.
Oh, that's adorable.
So he's like tucked in on my fiance's pillow. It's like very adorable.
Oh, that's the platinum aether. No.
I wish I could take a picture, but like she disappears in the darkness.
Who dropped the cheese?
I don't know. It's okay. Let's listen.
Also,
So
just
this
really
is
quick,
Mistlehoe. I
really,
do want to highlight
really
that.
quick before we go back into Mistlehoe, I looked it up, and can I read the trigger warnings for Mistlehoe?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, the trigger warnings: age gap, body shaming, divorce,
Well, yeah, because he's divorced.
emotional abuse, hospitalization, neglect, sexually explicit scenes, and the last trigger warning is Christmas songs.
That's insane.
I'm sorry, that's so stupid.
That's
Not
insane.
all I want for Christmas.
All I want for Christmas is.
Or what's worse. He has this general body odor like he hasn't showered in days or changed his
Yes,
underwear.
I-
It's musky in the worst way. His breath stinks of stale alcohol and unprocessed food, and his teeth are stained yellow. There's also a white film coating his tongue. He has oil stains on his shirt and greasy hair. What tips me over is seeing his bulging belly flop over the waistline of his tight tracksuit pants, and this is disgusting. And a slice of cheese melted to his hairy skin. Come here, we haven't been together in ages. Haven't kissed you in forever.
What the
Can
fuck?
I? Okay, but okay, I know this isn't real, but like, you're the one dating him.
Break up with him.
You're
He
the
is-
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, be singer. If
Yeah,
you're
what
dating
the
someone
fuck's
that's
happening?
nasty, you can just say, "I don't want to date you no more."
Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck is happening? Well, because
Maybe
it's
she has,
because
like, a
it's
power
you know what?
imbalance.
No. Well, what it's supposed to do is
Oh, the
it's
father's
supposed to
come in.
portray the age-appropriate man as the most disgusting option. So when she dates someone that's older, the taboo portion is, but he's kind and nice and takes care of her. That's like what I think.
Yeah,
it's
I
supposed
get
to
that,
do.
but it's just really funny. Like,
Yeah. I also need that trigger warning because I unironically hate Christmas. That's fair.
He starts towards me again, but I back round the bar to put space between us. You ate Doritos. You know I can't stand Doritos breath. Doesn't mean you can't suck my or let me stick my in your. Come on, it's been like 2 months. You always have a sore stomach, or you're on your period, or you come home to me and have
What?
diarrhea or something. All excuses I have used to evade him each week. It hasn't been that long. I lie in an exaggerated tone. It has. I need some loving sugar. He whines. Not tonight. I'm dead tired from today. You're a lousy girlfriend. Come on, just sit on it for a bit. I gulp back some vomit that has clawed up my throat. I can't think of anything worse. When I firmly shake my head, his tirade continues, solidifying the start to the end of our relationship.
okay, if you feel this way about your partner, I know this is fake, right? I know,
Yeah.
I know. Okay, Chad, I know. But if you ever feel that way, or if your friend says anything like that, tell them don't break up.
Yeah.
Just break up.
If your partner
It's
ever
alright.
did this to you,
Don't,
break up.
Don't suffer like this. Don't.
But also don't
Don't stay
date
with people you
date
hate.
their parent. Don't date their single parent after it though.
Well, listen. No, I'm kidding.
I mean,
No.
if you're an age appropriate adult,
Don't date their hot single chocolatier parent. We'll get there.
So again, I'm all for portraying abusive relationships in books because I think, it's something that I've been through and a lot of women have been through and a lot of people really. And it's something we need to see represented because, it helps people understand what we've been through. It helps them have empathy. It's a really important, but this is just not handled appropriately. It's exaggerated. It's a caricature. It's kind of offensively.
I don't think this is for you. I don't think it's for anybody. I don't
Yeah,
get
it's-
why if you've been sexually assaulted, you're reading this.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Raji was saying earlier, right? Is that for
Oh,
some
slow this
people
down.
like who've been through
Like if
this
Katie
sort of stuff.
hasn't read this, I'll be like, girl, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, that's a whole fucking other can of worms. But like, there are people who also read this kind of stuff because it does help them, and that's backed by science. Not anything I have in front of me, of course, but like, it's a way to take power back. And it's all when it
But
comes
like,
to
if you're gonna have this sort of reaction, you shouldn't have picked it up in the first place.
Oh,
If-
yeah, no,
If
if
you're
you
picking it
can't-
to
here's the
help
thing.
you,
yeah, if you
fine.
can't stand this kind of no, you're good.
Yeah.
If you can't stand this kind of content, don't read it. Don't read it.
Yeah, I think that's
it's
like,
not for you.
I think
it's
that's
fine.
like one of the things too is like you can make fun of her books. You could say, "Oh, these are terrible caricatures of a disgusting
Wonka is
man."
my stepdad. Thank you, Paisley.
If it makes you feel any better, Platinum and Black Flower said the same thing. Just like
It's so
fucking
funny. Holy fuck. Sorry, I was looking away real quick.
yeah. But like I don't like you are supposed to make the person who's quote unquote like abusive as disgusting as humanly possible. But that's, I don't know, Rachel's book criticisms are weird. I don't like them.
Done.
I know it might be bad, but I'm in love with Stacy's dad. Stop! I know it might be bad, but I'm in love with Stacy's dad.
It undermines the seriousness of the issue, so that's where we're at with her writing style. But this isn't the problem, don't worry. I mean, like, it's not good, but it's not necessarily as dangerous as what we're going to get to. So, on her way to Holly and the boyfriend.
Okay.
Sorry, I just don't agree. Again,
No.
you can just
Again,
not read it. And you know, I'm glad you guys brought up the Stacy's mom and dad stuff. So this is supposed to be like so vile, so awful. No, I'm not talking about the other book. I'm talking about like this, like
Mistlehoe.
Yeah. This is supposed to be so bad and awful, but the amount of MILF mommy milkers, goth mommy, it all implies an age gap.
Tipster, where are you, Tipster?
Didn't say that. Did not invoke that. Oh Lord. But that's what I mean, right? There's obviously a difference between adults wanting that and what the author wrote. And I'm assuming she'll get into the book later.
Yeah. Is this the lolly? No.
From breakup, and instead she gets a crush on her much older boss and the ex-boyfriend's dad, 41-year-old Chris. So he's 20 years older than her. This book opens with on her to Holly acting like a literal child and jumping up and down on the spot, giggling, wearing a tutu and knee-high socks, and curtsying to people. Throughout this book, she is constantly infantilized and written as acting a lot younger than she supposedly is. Suddenly I'm giddy at the prospect of being alone with him. With a toothy smile, I toss back at him. I have no doubt he can see my molars. Jumping up and down on the spot like an excited kid in a candy shop, I nod enthusiastically.
Yes, the way she is writing this is bad. If a legal adult wishes to have a relationship with a much older person, I'm not. What am I supposed to do? It's icky, sure, but it's not illegal. All right, but the predator should be depicted as ugly and disgusting argument is so unrealistic, is also realistic. Sure, it's fiction, but a hot man being revealed as a predator is also a common villain trope. Yeah.
She's also not a great writer.
Yeah, she's not a great writer.
I can't wait. I swear as I bounce, his gaze flicks to my chest, but I might just be horny because there's no way he would look at me that way, let alone his son's ex-girlfriend. I wish. It's a pretty...
Again, this is the author's poorly veiled fetish. I want to make that very well known.
Red and white candy striped dress with a tutu layer underneath that flares out. I usually pair it with knee-high socks with red bows at the top of my thigh to complete the look, with either a red bow or a matching candy stripe hat that gets pinned on. I do a little curtsy to highlight the effect of the uniform. He repeatedly calls her, and I'll remind you this is his employee, like there would be a lawsuit in the real world here. He repeatedly calls her honey, angel, sweetie, sweetheart, sugar plum, honey bunch, and a range of pet names that get increasingly more sickening as the book goes on. They're just from like the first 2 chapters. It gets more...
I mean, at a certain point they start to fuck.
I know we're drama, and so we also make things sound worse than they are, but he called me sweetie, and then it got worse.
Guys, he called me sweetie. I need to go to HR. Oh no! Fucking, I don't care.
Oh no, he is the HR. No, I'm kidding.
And Blossom just called me doll. I'm like, oh no, it's so terrible. I'm just like,
Philosopher
whatever.
says, if a friend of yours was thinking about getting into an age gap relationship, would you at least talk to them about the potential pitfalls of it?
It depends on the age gap.
Yeah.
None of my IRL friends, shout out. I know they don't watch. My IRL friends, they wouldn't go that low. They wouldn't go because we're all in our 30s. Like I don't know anyone.
I never
of my
go
friends.
low. I always go high.
I don't know any one of my real personal friends. I don't know any of them that would go below like 24, 25.
Listen, if you're a MILF, please call me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Fauji's gonna tell you guys a story real quick.
Oh Lord.
I was at a wedding when I was 19.
Oh no.
Please, are you about to realize you're a victim or what?
No. This actually happened. And there was an older woman there. And she constantly hit on me. She was very drunk and would follow me. It
Oh,
was
that's
very weird. She was in her 40s, and she had kids who were older than me. Now, yes, chat, she was very attractive. I still don't give a fuck if she was or wasn't. To me, it was the chasing that was really fucking uncomfortable, and it was just like the whole fucking thing, right? I want to make it very well known. She probably didn't know my age. I've always looked older. It's always been my thing. If I shave, I look like a baby, but I wasn't shaven at the time. It made me feel uncomfortable by the way that she acted. Also, I don't date smokers. And she would constantly smoke.
My fiance used to be a smoker. I changed him.
Yeah, I changed to Cloudy.
I stopped. Don't. Oh, first of all,
Wow.
you are not taking credit for me not smoking anymore. Okay.
I know.
That shit was hard.
It was your lungs dying.
Myself.
It was your lungs dying that did it.
That shit was hard, and I did that shit by myself.
Well, no. What I was gonna say was like, would I talk to a friend about an age gap relationship? The question is if I'm involved in it. Like
if they're in an unhealthy relationship, I would say something. Like if I feel like they're like something bad's happening.
Yeah,
but like if
I guess
you're gonna date someone older, I'm not gonna. If they date someone like underage, I'm gonna fucking say something.
Yeah, obviously.
Like, it's older,
I
think
I think the other thing too is like I'm not in that person's relationship. So oftentimes when you find out about that, that's like much later on. I mean, I would be like, hey, like, are you sure about this? Sure, but I'm not gonna like. You can warn someone about the pitfalls of a relationship; they're still gonna do it. Like,
yeah, I get. At the end of the day, at least in my experience, unless your friend asks you for an opinion on the relationship, it is not worth giving.
Yep.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. It could be your because my friends put up with some bullshit with me. I'm gonna be for real. But like,
she dated some real stinkers before me.
It won't hit their ears unless they ask and they're open to listening. You know what I mean? But I know how my friends are, and I don't think this will ever be a problem. But if one of them did go crazy and dated like I'll say if one of my 32-year-old friends dated like an 19, 20-year-old, all right, yeah, fuck it, 18, like worst case scenario, I would be like, hey, ew, what's going on? I would ask, I would talk to them about it. But and they also, probably wouldn't really be my friend anymore but again, my friends and my personal wouldn't do that. So.
I think also part of the thing too is like these books specifically. Like one of the things with these books is, and it's one of the major reasons why I'm like, this is Lauren/Tori. This is their thinly veiled fetish and maybe personal lived experience. I don't know. More will be revealed about her in this video. Because these are... Oh, hey, Q.
Thank you.
Hi, buddy. These are people, like... The two stories that she's written about people being, quote-unquote, freshly 18 are people that knew the male main character prior to being 18 in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Typical age gap relationships, in my experience, are not like that. I've described the one person I knew who was in a very large age gap relationship. She didn't know them. She wasn't even from the state. I described the lady who hit on me at a wedding. I never knew her. And I don't know where she is now. I met her at a wedding.
So
Lamau.
She's like related in I'm married into a family that married into this family, but I'm also divorced, but I'm still friends with this family. Like one of those things from what I remember.
So can I tell a little story?
Yes, Midge.
Yeah,
we'll get to the
go.
whole husband thing.
Yeah, go Q.
I have a little story. So
Yeah.
I just got home and I've been listening to the stream.
Yes.
And I should not be on mobile. Actually, 1 second. Let me make sure that I'm not on mobile.
You're not on mobile.
No, I'm not. I just want to make sure because
You
someone said
sound
I was
good.
on mobile.
Yeah,
Good.
you actually.
Perfect.
All right.
You're clear and loud.
So, okay. So I get home and my
That'll be
wife's
okay.
like, my wife's like, hey, Q, before you, settle down and do your gaming or your D&D, or I really want to play Repo. So I'm not going to stay long. But
Are we diverting?
we're
Let him
doing
talk.
a minor diversion. So I just want to say, so she's like, hey, I want to take a shower with me. Okay, so we get in the shower and I'm listening to this stream while I'm in the shower.
Let Q continue.
We're
Like, you
literally
continue.
we're literally listening to the stream while we're both washing off and I'm shaving my head and we're talking. And I have to admit, I'm like, this lady, I'm gonna kink shame this lady.
Which
I'm gonna-
lady? Be very specific. Which
The
lady?
writer.
Okay.
Okay.
Be very specific.
Also, your wife is cool with you saying this, right?
Yeah. She was like, "You're not gonna say." I'm like, "Yeah, I am. Whatever."
We mean how the story started,
She
buddy.
does not care. We does not care.
Okay. I'm just checking. That's what
because
the note was for.
this conversation happened while we were listening to this,
Okay.
and I'm just like, 'cause I'm hearing a lot of we who is the person before I tee off? Who is the person we're not supposed to be dragging right now?
You could drag whoever the fuck you
specific-
want to drag.
Rachel.
I don't give a fuck.
Rachel.
Eh.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, oh, you mean who's the non-author?
Yeah. Who's the non-author?
Tori is the author. Just refer to her as Tori. There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tori.
And Rachel Oats is the YouTuber we're watching who's going
Yeah.
over the novels
I
right now.
assume. So
Yeah.
this author, because for a minute I thought you guys were, we're not gonna do any of that. We're not gonna say anything about her. And I'm just man, they don't want to pull that trigger. I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, I think this lady should well, I can't say it here because it's not my stream.
Persona 3, we've said it. Persona 3.
I
I said low tier god.
I would just say it. But no.
You can say it on your own channel.
Also, I had to ask my wife, what the fuck is you? And then she tells me what this show is. She tells me what you is, and she starts talking about this show.
Oh.
And I'm like, is this a show that excuses stalking because for some reason everyone's shitty in it?
Yeah. 100%.
There's also another
no.
called Stalker, which one of the main
Yes.
characters is a stalker and he's stalking his ex-wife, and the show acts like him stalking is totally okay because he wants to be closer to his son.
Because this is something I wanted to touch on. I'm like, are we really? Did Netflix really make a show that excuses and borderline lionizing stalking just because the person he's stalking just happens to be
point of order that only happens in the second season.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
the
and I
second
would
and in the
say,
second
I
and
don't-
third
I don't know-
seasons
I don't
deal
know
with
if
the
you
mutual
because
stalking.
again, Joe, the main character is an unreliable narrator.
Yes.
He will make excuses for himself constantly, but you watching it as the audience, you can just see he's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's just a fucking asshole all the time.
It's an important point of order to highlight that.
Because here's my thing is like, if you have a show that somebody's gonna be like, oh, we're gonna create this character that even though he's a stalker and a piece of shit, we're gonna do something that we're going to make you relate, empathize. And I'm like, you do realize how many instances where it starts with stalking and then it goes to, I don't know what happens
Murder.
when someone escalates stalking. I don't know.
Oh no, he murders a bunch of people. Each girl that he's ever been with, he murders. That's where again,
I don't know how you would watch it and think it's glorifying it.
Yeah,
if you've ever seen it.
Yeah, it doesn't glorify it.
It's the way it was portrayed
character.
to me, and it set me off. And I'm like, I have to go talk about
the reason
this.
why. Okay,
Mhm.
so the reason why specifically
True Platinum.
is
Take my
Joe,
words.
the main character, is he's literate, like he's like a reader, he's like a avid reader, like writer kind of guy. So they give him very flowery language.
He thinks he's smarter than he is.
Yes, and that's
100%.
Good night, Lex. And like that's what it is, that he's like the tortured artist. He and throughout the show, he is very self-aware of his tendency, quote unquote, because as an unreliable narrator, he tells us and himself that he's self-aware of it, but then acts out on it. In the last season before this final season that's coming out, he begins to have DID, and he disassociates.
Oh, no.
Are you for okay? I've only seen
Yes.
the
I didn't know
first
he was
two
a
seasons.
DID girly.
The latest season before the final season. So I believe season 4, because season 5 is the final season. Joe has DID, and
That's so funny.
he envisions some of the people that he kills as actually the people committing the murders, because it's supposed to be the last season was a murder mystery plot of British and like upper echelon socialites being murdered randomly, and Joe was kind of like saving people. Like Joe was doing the quote unquote right thing. And then it comes out that he's doing it, but he's like disassociating every time he's murdering somebody, because he told himself he wouldn't murder somebody after giving up his son to the gay family next door. Oh yeah, that's right. He is a kid at one point.
Yeah, and the person he has a kid with is a psycho.
Yes, they are mutually stalking each other. And it's
The stalker gets a stalker.
Yeah, his stalker gets a stalker,
Yeah.
and she's trying to get out of the relationship, but he can't because he has a child, and he's very worried about the child. It's like a whole fucking thing.
My God, I hate all of this shit.
And
Okay.
I just watched summaries.
and I want to say this very, very importantly. The
Oh, maybe
actor
we're
that
okay.
plays Joe actively dislikes that people romanticize his character, and constantly has said he wants his character to die every season. He does not like his character.
He's really funny.
Yes,
I really like it. I really like the actor. He's really cool.
He is openly he has openly said in every season, he's like, I really want Joe to die in the worst way possible. Hey, Leia.
Okay.
Yeah, because Joe is awful. He does
Leia.
awful things to women all the time. But per season, he'll like help a kid or he'll do something nice for somebody, and everybody's I say everybody, and then the TikTok girlies will be like, "Oh my god, the husband material."
Wait, do you
Yeah.
wait? Q,
This is
do
what
you
I
know?
mean. This is what I mean by-
Q, do you know about the why you had to make a public statement? This is a complete divert. Do you know why you had to make a public statement,
What
or
public
Netflix
statement?
did?
Netflix had to make a public statement?
Netflix, in season 2 of You, there was an actor there was an actor and comedian called Chris D'Elia. And coincidentally, Chris D'Elia was found to be a sex pest and maybe a pedophile because he was saving photos of people of sexual encounters which were non-consensual, and he was canceled and I don't think criminal charges were put against him. Netflix had to fucking apologize and say, in no way did we cast Chris D'Elia for the part of the same exact thing that his character did that he really did in real life. He played a character that did the exact same thing that he did in real life. And then he got recast, and yes, and then
they
he got
needed a
recast
subject
and
matter
edited out.
expert, didn't they?
It was
I'm about to say,
insane. It was actually insane.
They didn't know, you know.
They didn't fucking
They
know.
didn't know.
Chris D'Elia is like
It was
a YouTuber
insane.
comedian as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
oh yeah, Chris
that's-
D'Elia is
that's-
like.
that's what I
Also, Chris
wanted
D'Elia was Justin Bieber's favorite comedian, by the way.
Okay, I have said what I need to say. I need to go back to what I was doing.
All right, buddy,
I think this author should persona themselves. I think the writers of You should persona themselves. And I'm going to go persona myself because now I'm just depressed and I'm going to a protest tomorrow angry. Goodbye.
What protest are you going to?
Don't dox him.
What protest? Oh, not
dox
Kristen
him.
Ark. Also, Q, you haven't left.
Q. Hello?
I gotta sneeze
Oh, no.
again.
Don't sneeze.
Why am I
Mr.
still here?
Protest happy.
I was waiting. I was waiting for you to figure
What?
it out. I'm going to. It's a nationwide protest tomorrow for the terrorists.
Oh, okay. Well, stay
Yeah.
safe, please.
For the what?
If I get
The
arrested,
tariffs.
I'm having Fauci bail
For the
me out.
what?
Tariffs.
Oh, the tariffs. Okay. I heard terrorists and I was very confused.
Oh, that's protests for the terrorists.
All right. I gotta sneeze again. I'm gonna play the video.
More and more. It's a lot. It also turns out they both have weird Christmas-related fetishes. So they meet on an app, have anonymous sex wearing masks twice before they realize who the other is, and then they have a full-on affair, which is just sex scene after poorly written sex scene. And again, this might not be... actually, yeah, there are good things about this book, despite it being poorly written, because unlike a lot of the crappy romance and erotica I've read and reviewed for this channel, they actually discuss things like boundaries, safe words, and consent beforehand, which is, genuinely really good to see. That's really good. And so it might not be so bad, if not for the fact the author constantly mentions how little and young and childlike Holly
Again,
is.
okay.
They make her
So
act
that-
as
okay,
childlike
wait,
as
wait,
possible constantly.
I was gonna say this is where like thinly veiled fetish, but in this book, it is consensual. Like everything is consensual, regardless of how she's writing, specifically to infantilize the main character. The overtones are consensual adults doing consensual things, regardless of the fact that the undertones are very, very Lolita-esque. That's why I don't like her whole non sequitur at the beginning of the video. That's me. Continuing.
Yeah, no, I agree.
She kringle on my jingle on my dingle till I have a white Christmas. Thank you, Platinum.
You know what? Reading a little bit of this book, I wouldn't doubt that something like that is written in here.
Are you reading it while the stream is going?
I found a
No! I love
EPUB.
you.
I'm just skimming through it. It's not well written, but
No,
a lot of
yeah.
these books are self-published and they're just smut. They're just written to be smut.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to be good. I'm not expecting no insane plot or fucking award-winning writing. This is clearly just a jorket.
If you have a Christmas fetish, just watch Hallmark movies.
Yeah. Also, Platinum, it should be she kringle on my jingle she dingle on my jingle and call me Kris Kringle. That's how it should go.
And it's very clear that they only aged her up, like, as a technicality. Like, ideally this...
Okay, you don't know that. Okay, so regardless of her second book, don't say that they only aged her up as a legal conceit. That is actually weird. That you don't have proof of that. That's actually weird. That is a criticism I will throw.
Yeah.
Everything else I agree with about this book, that I wouldn't say.
This woman wants to write her as a child. Yeah. There's a bit where Chris is narrating, and it's like, you're young and sexy, even if that douche of an ex-boyfriend doesn't think so. You have a body that would drive men mad, and not to mention, you have this sweet and sexy virginal thing going on. She has this ice blonde hair, which is somehow her natural colour. It's so damn silky and smooth. Every time her ponytail accidentally swooshes against my skin, I inwardly groan. Her F-me lips have sucked on my lollies countless times and are teasingly tantalising, and don't even get me started on her large, natural, perky, barely legal breasts.
Again,
Yeah.
you want me to be real? I think Tori's fetish is the transition from childhood to adulthood. That's what it is.
Yeah, this is a little too
The fetish is not... So this is where I think Rachel gets it incorrect. What Tori's writing for is not like the pedophilia stuff. It's the barely legal stuff. That is what it is. Like, obviously the other book is completely disgusting and describing a child's private area in the way that she did as a fucking like monolith of beauty is Lolita. It's Lolita. Don't get it mistaken. But like, it's very clear what Tori's fetish is, or how Tori views sexuality in age gap relationships. Because you can write about a 24-year-old and a 50-something-year-old. It's totally fine. She's not a pedo, she's just an amoebophile. Fuck you, Pimenta. Fuck you, Pimenta. You know what I mean.
Shut up.
You know exactly what I mean, though. Who is this writer? Her name is Tori Woods. But her real name is Lauren something. We'll get into why her real name is found.
Yeah.
Like, can we not? I mean, even in the bit where they meet on the app, she's like putting her profile together, and she uses photos of herself dressed in like childlike pajamas, where she literally describes herself as innocent and childlike. I'm dressed more casually in this one with cute Grinch pajamas, shorts, and a matching top. My hair is once again a tangled mess of waves down my back. The photo is innocent and childlike, but some users may think otherwise. It's just a bit weird. But again, this isn't the worst bit. We are building to this. Bear with me. There's a scene where she jokes about being a child, and he calls her a brat.
She clicks the belt in place. I reach over to ensure that she's fashioned in. I want to protect this precious woman at all costs. What am I? 5? She sasses. I have an instinctual need to protect and provide for her. I want to be everything she needs. It's sick. It's sick, but I can't help it. Cloudy, that's you.
Okay, hold on. Keep being a brat, and I'll have you over my knee, little one. I joke. making her wiggle in her seat. It seems she likes that idea all too much, which makes me practically giddy.
God damn it! Ah! Chad, if you're new here, Claudia and I have... Yeah, this sucks. This sucks, by the way. This is disgusting. But it's consensual adults.
This is just not for me.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's not for anybody.
And again, I'm flipping through the book, okay? The writing sucks. Can I read a small
read
bit?
Some of it. If you could find the other one, that would be hilarious, but that's a different story.
I'm not looking for that one.
I
refuse to even have that search on my shit. I just wanted to find Mistlehoe, because I do. That's the thing that's like, she sucks as a person, but Mistlehoe is funny.
Yeah, that's a funny ass title.
Mistlehoe is such a funny name. A Christmas fetish? That's hilarious. Okay. So, this is her describing the thoughts she has about the dad, okay? Holy snowballs. Why won't my mind stop with these thoughts? I know exactly why. I've had a crush on this man since I stepped foot in this store months ago. Too bad I made the mistake of getting with his son. My mind has wandered down so many sinfully salacious fantasies. At this point, it's just unhealthy for me to be thinking these things and not do anything about it. God, I need sex.
We're not reading the pedophile book. It is specifically Mistlehoe.
Yes, holy snowballs. That's what I mean. This book is so badly written.
It is specifically her first book that it is. It's not. It's the book that preceded it. None of us have any interest in reading.
Yeah, I'm not looking for the pedo book.
Disgusting.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it.
Also,
I read a lot of fucked up shit, but I ain't going there.
For someone who said, "Can somebody explain age play to me?" So I will say this: there is a weird thing where there are people who do age play where it's still everyone of a consensual age. Like the age play shit, it's not physical going to, like, the idea of going to childlike age. However, there is, like, the diaper fetish shit, or wearing a binky. That is completely different and something that disgusts me. Personally, disgusts me. I don't like the diaper shit. I don't like the binky shit, or wearing a fucking rattle, or having a rattle. It's fucking weird. And there's a reason why the Yakuza games fucking poke fun at them so funny. Like, literally, they're all in, like, listen, if you're a dominatrix, I know there's some in chat. People have discussed it before. It's perfectly fine. Do what you gotta do. I just don't fucking like that part of it. That's the part that I don't like. Like the whole. Yeah, there are people that have done dom shit in here. I don't know. They don't always appear in the live chat, but yeah.
And threatens to spank her over his knee, again, like a child. And as their relationship, if you can call it that, progresses, Chris spends time watching dad and stepdaughter porn. And
No!
Adults!
Stop. I know they're all adults, and I know that shit's also adult. I've said this before.
Stepbrother, I'm stuck in the dryer.
Yes,
No, stepbrother, I'm stuck in the pantry.
I've said this before. I don't personally care about the step porn shit because
This,
they're all
Len
actors.
says- Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry, I love this. Len said this author starts ovulating crazy when the season gets cold and starts jiggling her feet as she sees the Coca-Cola Santa on the walls.
That's insane. Len, you're insane.
I love you. That's so funny. Holy
I was gonna say, like, this so far reads like something you would just find on like fanfiction.net or
Yeah,
AO3.
like this is bad.
It just seems something you
yeah.
would put it in a fucking book.
Step
Okay,
like,
but you can self-publish anything.
Yeah.
Like, you can just I could literally, if I wanted to, I could just like hold my finger down on the letter A, call the book A, and then publish the book. It doesn't mean it'll do anything, but I can do that.
Pimenta, you fucked. Help, step brother. Help, step bro. I'm stuck in Fortnite.
Not Fortnite.
Like, I've seen like some people like who actually like publish stuff from AO3, but they keep like all the salacious scenes out of the book and still on AO3.
Yeah.
Oh,
Again.
I know there's a standard.
This is a little bit of a side tangent. Like AO3, like Wattpad. Oh, excuse me. All that was made from people who would ship the Winchester brothers together from Supernatural. Like this shit started from Freaktown, okay?
Help me, Scarlet. I'm stuck in VC.
No, I should Dean Castiel. So I found a really good one, but someone deleted it, so I had to find it again.
Asterati, I don't know what Love Notes for TLC is. I've never heard of that.
Insists on repeatedly calling himself daddy to her. She also calls him daddy and constantly talks about how he's
again. I don't care about okay. Between consenting adults, I don't care about calling each other daddy in little and shit. Don't do it in public. Just don't do it in public.
Just I don't care. Just I don't want to see.
Yeah. It's if you're acting out shit that is clearly fucking criminal, it's completely different.
old enough to be her dad, but she just doesn't care. And he literally gets off on the fact that she could be his daughter. Again, it's weird. It suggests the author maybe has some stuff going on, but at least they are actual adults in this book. That doesn't really give me much comfort, though, because it just feels like she was trying to find like a technical loophole to write about her fantasies.
Again, I disagree. I think that specifically, Letity is a woman that is clinically insane that uploads videos for her daughter of her melting the fuck down in her car. Oh, you're gonna have to send that for me later. That's insane.
What the?
That's insane.
Aw, Pippi's in a little ball.
Yeah. I will give a small side eye to this. I personally do believe that Tori/Lauren's fetish is the turning from being a minor to an adult.
I was gonna say too that like you can have the daddy dom little girl stuff.
Yes.
I don't care. Do whatever you want. That what happens when why this feels more rancid to me is just because we know all the extra stuff about the next book.
Yes.
And it's one of those things that like
it's also the acting out of the age gap as well. It's also I think Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I can't always separate the art from the artist, and this is one of those times where it's just like the vibes are too rancid for me on this one. Because I don't care what you do in your personal life with consenting adults. I really don't. Do whatever you want. Have fun. Just because of what I know of this specific person, I'm like, ew, gross.
Well, yeah, I think it's also like there's a difference between DDLG being practiced between people, let's say, that have a 3-year age gap, comparatively to people who actually have that age gap and then are playing into that age gap, and that is not only the fetish, but it's the exact dynamic of their relationship, which is why I agree that it's yuck. I just don't agree that Rachel believes, personally, that this person wants to write this person as a minor. I don't agree with that assertion.
It's involving children, which is kind of sick.
I think, and what we know of the later book, I do think that they are fetishizing grooming and fetishizing the barely legal adult thing. That is where I think Tori's writing is heading towards.
Just because something is technically legal, that doesn't necessarily make it morally or ethically okay, you know? It's clear she wants to write about kids, but she was like, well, let's find a loophole by aging them.
Okay, again, I do not endorse that. I think that's absolutely incorrect. I am going to say it every time because I do think that is actually just like slanderous. Again, she's disgusting. Again, Tori is a fucking disgusting human. And the dedication in the next book is fucked. But I can't believe I have to fucking say that.
Them up, but making them act like kids. This is something she tried to do again in her latest book, but went further and actually wrote about her main love interest as a child, being sexualized as a child. It's
okay. Yes, this is where I agree with it.
Absolutely sickening. So we're not here to complain about Mistlehoe today. It's a bad book, and it has its problems, but it's nothing compared to the author's latest book, which is called Daddy's Little Toy.
Oh my god, I fucking hate everything, even about the back of the book. We call this a Carl
just
Jock
looks
situation. God damn it.
It looks so bad.
Pimento.
No.
Pimento,
It looks like a baby's like a book like that you would get to learn about taking care of your child.
Yeah, that's like, oh my god, the My Little Pony at the bottom.
The what?
Look at
There's
the bottom
a pony
of the
in the back.
There's a pony at the bottom right here.
Oh,
Chat,
it's a unicorn because
oh,
she
it's
has
because
a
she
weird
fucked
unicorn
that
thing,
stuffy.
remember?
I hate everything.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
Ponies deserve justice, you know?
My Little Pony, it should all die out.
No.
Rachel is too used to outright unambiguous PDF files online, but this woman is clearly disgusting purely in the moral way. Yeah. Who people who fuck their stuffies are on my hit list. No comment. That's insane. That's an insane statement, Pachaka.
This is an erotic attempt at romance. It's just an erotic novel about a man who grooms his best friend's daughter from being...
Yes, this is absolutely correct. This is grooming. This is a book that fetishizes grooming. It's actually insane. Want to put that right off the bat. I agree with Rachel 100% about everything she's about to say about the second book.
3 years old, so that the minute she turns 18, they can have a sexual relationship where they do daddy-daughter roleplay. And again, this is marketed as a romance book. This is sold as erotica. This is a book about child grooming meant to sexually excite the reader. Thankfully, the book has been banned from Amazon, so I haven't read it in full. I don't want to read it in full.
Now, it wasn't banned. Allegedly, she took it down. That is what she's saying. I know you can't find it on Amazon. I don't know if it's banned in the way that you can't look it up, but I know for a fact that the author alleges that she took it down, so I think that's incorrect.
But there are passages from it online. Some of them are so explicit and about children that I don't want to read them out. I can't read them out.
Yeah,
I won't
that
read them
fucks
out.
me
But
up.
I'll show you censored versions so you get the... Like, I'm not exaggerating here. Like, it's gross. But I can read for you this was her promo for the book. So the main characters are Lucy and
Yeah,
Arthur.
this is the
This
promo.
Lucy.
We read
I
this.
can't help myself when I'm around him. His best
We read
friend
this
and how I wish he could be
promo,
my...
we read
No, if I think
this.
18. And I'm going to be
I'm just going to
protected.
skip it. I'm just going to skip
The
it.
book has one problem and it should be...
So this is the one. This is the one we did not read. Look how much she has to fucking censor. Look how much she has to fucking censor. Like, this is insane.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't have
Little
anything else
Toy
to
is
say.
just
It
Lego
has
I don't have anything
The
else
male
to
main
say.
character started noticing the female character when she was 3 years old.
Like,
And then we have a quote
that's
from the book, which is
disgusting.
wanting a woman as sweet as my friend's toddler daughter Lucy, who was 3 at the time. And then this is the bit that I'm going to have to heavily censor because it's so sickening. But it talks about peeking between the child's legs. There's talk
Ooh,
of
skip past
descriptions
that.
of a literal 3-year-old.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
we did not
is-
read this out.
We didn't read this out. I'm not reading
No,
this
okay,
out.
this is
I will
gross.
never read this out. This is
Mhm.
gross. This is vile.
I'd rather her skip the
This
description of
woman
it.
should literally be in jail. She is out
Well-
currently on bail, but she should be in fucking jail. She should be tried. She should be barred from ever writing again. They should take away her hands. Like, this is
Damn,
insane.
son.
Child's genitals. It's absolutely grim. We do...
Hot take, she probably shouldn't have her kids. Hot take, I'll say it. Really, Spicy Cake, you have 2 kids? You probably shouldn't be around them.
Well, actually, no, that one might not be about the 3-year-old, but it was definitely when she was still a child. The reviewer says, I can't remember how old she was here, but still a child. And apparently when he was saying this about her 3 years old, he was 29, so it's just too far, too sickening. Like, no,
Wait!
no, let's not.
Okay.
And apparently when he was saying this about her...
Okay. I thought the line in the book was, if this is pedophilia. Okay. Yes, she has hot take.
Child.
Just kids.
Another
yes.
person on Threads this time pointed out that not only that, he mentions in the sample, which I skimmed, that his daddy friends have known about my depraved thoughts for a couple of years now, keeping me on the straight and narrow while I waited for her to become of legal
His friends? There's more people involved?
Again?
There's like a network. There's like a network of weirdos in this book. Is like a
no.
secret underground.
What he's saying is that the friends and I guess this guy,
they're like stalking
his
her.
Daddy friends, or
No,
maybe
he's probably.
even
What I'm assuming is I talked about it, and they were
people,
like, "You
yeah.
can't do it until she's 18."
Yeah. This is such a cursed book. This is pedophilia. Like, when I said that while I don't agree about her first book, the Mistlehoe book, 100% she is doing
Mistlehoe, right?
Yes.
Is what is this second? Like, I have a hard time separating art from the artist. This is this is the book that makes the first one bad, and it sucks because
and it's already bad.
First of all, it's just gross. But Mistlehoe is so funny. I should take it from her. I don't know what I would write, but
fuck the.
I'm not allowed to have it no more. It's mine now.
The Dead Pedo Society is a funny title. Apparently, the dedication was to my kids. I'll never see them again.
I'll never see the same.
Oh.
What is she? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I don't see that. I just I think it should be funnier that the dedication is to my kids. I'll never see them again. Please write bad smut books, Cloudy.
I don't write. I've never written anything in my life.
I can write you bad smut.
I can just,
Okay.
they can write you bad smut. But I
mean, I can write bad.
All right,
smut.
hot take. This is okay.
I have a Patreon if you want to look at some of the ones I've written.
I've
hell yeah.
Hells yeah. Go donate to the Patreon.
Link it.
No, I'm not gonna link my Patreon.
Hello.
It's in the link tree. Go to the link tree and go to the channel.
There. You have to look for it. I'm not giving you out for free. You have to find that.
That's just grooming right there.
Yeah, this is grooming.
Well, I mean, that's not just what grooming
Yeah,
is.
100%.
This is a case of grooming. And then there was this extract from the book posted. I believe this was on Instagram, but I might be wrong. And it's an extract from the book where, again, the guy Arthur is
If
talking.
Chuck Tingle can do it, you can do it too, Cloudy. I'm the fucking writer in this relationship. The fuck?
Yeah, he right. I read. I just read really fast, and I
Well,
can
then
tell
why
you what I
aren't you
read
writing
about.
More, Fauci?
Why am I not writing more smut? Because,
No, I'm just saying, just writing more.
well, I can't write smut.
I made an off-the-cut comment about wanting a woman as sweet as my friend's toddler daughter Lucy, who was 3 at the time. I mentioned her infectious energy and how I just wanted to make a woman laugh, smile, and feel special and precious. Someone who I could just look at, and all of my life stresses would just.
The fact that he keeps saying toddler daughter shit is like this. She wrote this.
Yeah, this is like
This is vile.
imagine hearing this in real life. Like,
What?
Melt away. My son didn't need another mum. He was a well-adjusted young man, but I needed someone that was just for me. Someone who needed me as much as I needed them.
That's vile.
That is
That's
psychotic.
vile. She should be in jail.
Now, obviously people were mad about this. You know, this is a romance book. This is a sexually explicit erotica book. This is a piece of porn which literally sexualizes a 3-year-old child. It's about child grooming. It is absolutely wrong, and it is disgusting, and people were understandably and rightfully mad about it. Thankfully, like I said, this book has been banned from Amazon. On doing some digging though, people found that Tori Woods is actually a pen name, and that she'd previously published books with similar themes under the name Lauren Ashley. However, while writing as Lauren
Similar books. Oh, weird. It'd be very strange if Lauren Ashley had published books that were very similar about age gap relationships. I wonder what else we'll find out about Lauren Ashley. It's not like I have multiple news articles about her or anything.
Ashley, she was caught plagiarizing another author's work and so couldn't use that name anymore. After Lauren
That's insane.
Imagine writing terrible smut, but you stole the terrible smut. Come on.
Also, that's kind of insane. Like, yeah, I was writing these crazy age gap relationships, but it was somebody else's age gap relationship.
That's crazy. Okay, so I just looked up her pen name her name in Goodreads, and there's one called "Everything I Am" by Lauren Ashley. And literally, she just has the same blurbs. Every book is the same blurb. So it says, it was a sinful attraction that never should have happened. Kinsley wasn't supposed to fall in love with her mother's best friend, but she did. That's what it's just the same thing over and over. And you're telling me she just stole this?
Yeah. I'm not a pedophile. I'm just a plagiarist.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Oh no, that's sad. I looked at my phone because I like perusing YouTube a little bit. Apparently, someone she knows.
As someone with nearly 11 years of writing, and who returns stuff that's very violent, I write it in a way that shows this is hurtful. Intention matters.
She stole it from Jared Fogel's diary. Pie, you fucking piece of shit. That's hilarious.
That's incredible.
Embry, yeah, okay, again, if you are writing about these very rough topics and you're treating it with the seriousness that you are doing like a splatterpunk novel, like some of the stuff that Cloudy has described that she reads, where these things, like, they're very much treated as evil, as a sign of an evil human being, and they are never redeemed, and they get their comeuppance, it's very different from what this woman is writing.
Ashley, she went on to write under the pen name L.R. Meadows, and then eventually became Tori Woods online.
L.R. Meadows, Jesus Christ. She has a whole fucking cinematic universe of weird shit.
All
I
three
was
of these
going to say,
names
an author having multiple pen names for different stuff isn't really that crazy, especially if you write stuff that's extreme.
Yeah.
Like
Authors have had pen names,
a lot of my favorite horror authors have their pen names because people will take their fiction as something that they condone in real life and will send them like death threats and stuff. So you have a fake name so you can get your art out, right? But this is just, I didn't know she plagiarized their first books. That's fucking stupid.
That's insane, man.
This is awful. All right.
names, and on more digging, people found that her real name is actually Lauren Tesolin-Mastrosa, and that she is currently a 33-year-old woman who is married to a man 13 years older than her. Apparently, they've been together for 15 years, which means they met or at least got married when she was 18. And
Oof.
And that's when you're like, huh, I
no.
wonder if she's writing from experience. Now, I'm not alleging that she met her husband underage. I'm not going to say that. But I wonder if the barely legal fetish is just writing from personal experience. Interesting.
He was 31. Creepy as hell. And they apparently have 2 young kids together. So I do feel like she's kind of writing from personal experience here. This is something that she's been through and is now kind of sexualizing and working through in book. Well, we don't know when they actually met, but so I'm not going to say anything about her husband specifically, like going after her as a child, but he definitely got together with her when it was legal. It's difficult because I feel like I maybe have some sympathy for her if this is stuff that she's been through and whatever. But at the same
Okay. Hot take. Why are you having sympathy for her? She clearly likes older men and finds this completely normal. That's a weird
I'm
thing to
speaking for
say.
someone I don't know.
Yeah, don't
do
that.
I think we all do that. It's drama, right?
But I don't feel sorry for her. Fuck
it's
that
one of those
bitch.
things. As a human, I think if I just saw this from the outside, or if I didn't see the daddy's book or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I would see the situation of just like, oh yeah, we got married when I was 18 and he was 30 or whatever, and we're so in love. The little back of my brain would be like, oh no.
But you're right,
no.
but she's writing about it and
no.
fantasizing about it. I don't understand why you would say, oh, I feel sorry for her. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Fuck her. Lose your kids. I don't care. Go to jail. You should lose your kids. I said it out loud. Like, I don't understand. Okay, this is my thing though. Why do we, I'm gonna be really fucking mean for a second. Why are we having sympathy for someone who is clearly turned on by having a 33-year-old husband at 18? Or a 30-ish-year-old husband at 18?
But then is it a chicken and egg thing? Because did he know her beforehand and like kind of groomed her into that? Again, I don't know.
We don't know,
I don't fucking know.
That's what I'm saying.
You know?
We don't have the context of that. But she's clearly writing about it and has been called out about writing about similar stories like this. She's sorry for the victim. But that's what I'm saying. The Pimenta's got, like, she's sorry for the victim she might have been in the past, not the abuse pusher she is in the present.
That is a really, I was gonna say something similar. Like, I can feel bad for what happened in the past, but now she's a grown ass adult writing this shit.
Yeah.
And I don't.
She's 33. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Even if that's your thing, I don't know how you write the 3-year-old stuff and then you look over at your toddler.
Exactly.
Your real life toddler. Like, I don't know how you do that. And yeah, gross.
It's disgusting. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no.
It's just
what if
disgusting.
she used her Tyler as reference material? Kill me, fucking kill me, brain, kill me.
Same time, like, that's not an excuse
hope
to
not.
romanticize abuse and sexualize children in your own writing, you know? Again, a lot of people with dark romance are like, well, I write this stuff about women being abused and raped, and I make it sexy because that helps me deal with my trauma. And I'm like, okay, good for you. Like, don't publish it because you're just doing more damage to other.
But it's not her trauma. She doesn't identify it as trauma. If she's writing about it and fantasizing about it and making it okay, it is not. Does the book end with Lucy killing the guy? If it doesn't, that's not reclaiming the trauma at all. I'm sorry, that's not it.
Other people.
And also telling other women, telling other women that the way they're coping with the things that happen to them is that it's not up to you. It really just don't read the books.
Yeah.
Don't read if they're writing about adults and adults doing things in adult world and adult. It's not up to you. It's not for you. Just don't read it. Don't tell them that, oh, don't publish it. Don't do this. Don't do that. Fuck you. That's what that's the one point of just like, cause in my bubble of BookTok, when the news came out that she got arrested, there was a couple people before they knew how bad it was. Because pretty much everyone agrees that the daddy's book is bad and
disgusting.
Should not be around. But there was a small moment where people were like, this is censorship. Just because you don't like it or you don't like the daddy dom little girl stuff doesn't mean that she should go to jail. Again, this is before I don't make TikToks like that. Before people realize that, oh, this is about an actual, a really young
It's about grooming. It's about grooming.
Yeah.
Like, it's about pedophilia.
But there was a
grooming.
moment where they were talking about censorship and stuff. So my point of me saying that, like, you can't tell grown adults who are writing about grown adults doing stuff to not publish it. That's a nonsense to me.
I think so what it is that
so people,
for me, I think starting to be like, oh, maybe she's talking about her trauma, and like, oh, I feel bad for her. Why'd you have the entire diet tribe in the beginning, though? I think that's my thing. You had an entire diet tribe in the beginning about it. Now you're trying to humanize her. Don't humanize her. Just don't. Because she did something, like, not just immoral. She did something criminal. She wrote about something criminal. I don't give a fuck.
When she started facing backlash online, Lauren did try and make a statement about it, which was absolute nonsense. She said, hey everyone, I think there's been a huge misunderstanding. Daddy's little toy is definitely not promoting or inciting any—
Oh, just explode. Persona 3. Persona 3! Unleash your persona!
Yeah, this was... The fact that... Okay, just real quick, I didn't even notice this the first time. She didn't even write the word intercourse.
Yes, the censorship of the word intercourse.
What,
yep.
Fuck you.
It's fuck off and
you do this go away. Go back to
I'm just skipping the point where she's talking about the Tori Woods stuff because we read this.
know the full content of my books. However, I don't see that happening. I'm so sorry. I do find it incredibly disturbing that she still doesn't.
And listen, again, if you are writing about adults doing adult things, listen, Cloudy has one of her personal things that is like started in our relationship is that Cloudy would tell me the books that she reads and my shocked reactions. I'll be very real. I freak the fuck out most times. She could tell you. But like those books are written to be shocking, to be horrific, and to be completely irredeemable. Not this. Not describing a lifestyle and making it seem normal or even romantic.
Understand what she did was wrong.
Yeah, I personally see this as a weird thing of Rachel kind of playing both sides. I probably unintended in the script because she's trying to give partly of Tori like the benefit of the doubt. I think when it comes to writing about CSAM, CSA, and grooming, there is no gray area. Personally, for me, when it comes to something like this, there's no gray area. There's no.
I think the issue with the script was like she got too deep in the sauce with like criticizing people who are into non-con, and then she just like lost her.
This is this like weird backtrack though, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's like
very.
A weird backtrack.
She should have like reread this and done it better.
Again, I don't hate her. I think she's fine as a fine
I
creator.
don't think I hate her.
I
I'm
just
just
think
criticizing
yeah,
that she could have done better with her script if she didn't like.
Yeah, I'm
go
disagreeing
off
with
for
these
so long.
points.
The boss.
Yeah.
I feel like this shouldn't be
for the
34
brief break
minutes.
from
This
this
feels
nightmare
unnecessary.
of an author's work.
Mm.
May God give you all free therapy after this.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank you.
therapy.
Thank you.
I think that's the biggest problem here, especially when she apparently has children herself. As of yesterday, which was the 25th of March, this was after I wrote the initial script for this video, but I wanted to come back and add this in. Lauren has been arrested.
All right, so I have some of the arrest stuff, so let's get to... I think it's this one. So, we'll use... There are a couple of them. Oh, ran out of memory. Why'd you run out of memory? I think this is the one that she's referring to, but for some reason on my computer it's in dark mode. Australian author charged for child abuse material over daddy's little toy book. Sydney-based author Lauren Tesolin-Mastrosa, who writes erotic fiction under the pen name Tori Woods, is facing backlash after the release of her novel. God, all of these fucking ads, Christ. An Australian author is being charged with the production of child sexual abuse material in her novel Daddy's Little Toy. The book explores the relationship between a young woman and her father's friend, The Independent reported. Sydney-based author Lauren Tesolin-Mastrosa, I can't say her last name. Okay, we already read that. While the book's promotional material describes it as a story about a barely legal 18-year-old woman, critics pointed out that its cover features the title spelled out in children's toy blocks. Readers also noted that the book suggests that the father's friend desired the protagonist since she was 3 years old. New South Wales police launched an investigation into the novel in March after receiving reports that it contained child abuse material. On Friday, so this was written May 2025, so Friday, whatever that was, 12:30 p.m. local time, detectives arrested the 33-year-old at her home in Quaker Hills, Western Sydney. Authorities also executed a search warrant, seizing several hard copies of the book for forensic investigation. Police confirmed that Tesolin-Mastrosa was being charged with possessing, disseminating, and producing child abuse material. She was granted conditional bail and is scheduled to reappear in a Blacktown local court on March 31st. We do know that she is out on bail. Yeah, no, this is insane. This is disgusting. Fuck her. There's more in regards to it, if I remember correctly. So that was the 25th. This article was written the 31st. So this kind of explains how the law is clear for book bans and things like that. The definition of child abuse sexual material in the Crimes Act in Sydney is not restricted to produced with an actual child, but may also include SAM, which is child abuse materials comprised of drawings, discussions, and computer-generated images. Citing the precedent in a 2010 case, Judicial Commission of New South Wales notes that whether CSAM is constituted by drawings or discussions is the product of fantasies or the retelling of actual events is irrelevant. So what they're kind of discussing is that according to how the law has been interpreted in New South Wales, is that part of the way that it is looked at is right, because this is like an Australia stuff. And kind of like how it's like,
isn't Wales in England?
Yes, but I think it's like discussing how it works in this how do we police books in Australia? Like that's like what it is. That's how I was looking at it. And I think it's like looking at how it is used through different countries. Side note, Lolly, New South Wales is in Australia. I was about to say.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
When you say Wales, I think.
Yeah, we're American. We don't have to know.
We don't know. Well, like what I'm trying to say is like, it's the state Sydney's in. I was just about to say that. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's like where Sydney is. the way it's looking at it is that it's the discussion and depiction of the thing that we did not read, that even Rachel's like, this is fucking disgusting. Like,
it also seems it's a case of intention, because something like Lolita, you don't read Lolita and it's not there. You're not supposed to root for the guy. Like, it's disgusting and it's gross, and it's not encouraging anything.
Right.
Whereas the daddy's little toy thing is it's just.
Yeah, this is my family veil fetish.
Yeah, it's just a fetish book, and it includes. And it includes, well, we don't know. Okay, we don't know. And it includes really disgusting descriptions of a toddler. Like, ew.
Yeah. Chat. There's like 90 of you and only 43 likes. We need likes on this video, chat. There's 100% this fucking stream is going to be demonetized in some way, shape, and form. So everything counts.
As it should be.
As it should be. Probably release like an edited cut of it. That just bleeps out shit. You know that we gotta stay in the algo, chat. I hate the algo.
Your mom's an algo.
Your mom's an algo. So I think this is really interesting because this specific article discusses Lolita. So arguments for the literary worth of Lolita point to its portrayal or its portrait of Humbert. That's a
Humbert.
I didn't know that was its narrator as a profoundly problematized monster. The novel does not endorse his desires, though we witness them as readers. Nabokov's skill is in accomplishing the balance between Humbert's manifest obsessions, written in the first person, and our realization as readers that his point of view is deeply darkly unreliable and corrupt. Blossoms with the 5 Canadian.
Whale. Wales probably doesn't have whales, so I'm gonna wail on the wall until my arms fail.
Thank you.
I read his other book, Pale Fire. That was pretty good.
But I think that is the discussion. This is a book that is not like a splatterpunk novel like the ones we've discussed. This is a book about the psychological things that go
inner world.
Yeah, the inner world of a pedophile. And like, deep down that this is horrific, that this is disgusting, and you should not be enjoying this. And you don't, because you recognize that the character that you are following is a broken, flawed, and disgusting human being that you cannot sympathize with, that you can feel maybe potentially empathy towards as he wrestles with the feelings, but ultimately you are never sympathetic towards because you can never put yourself in those shoes, and he is a horrid human being and inherently an unreliable narrator. That is, again, I've never personally read it. I have no interest in reading Lolita. I don't care. Again, it's like one of those things.
To what Len said, however, there'll be people who enjoy it in a fetish way. Yeah, and yeah. It sucks, but that's kind of I don't know how, maybe there's probably a better way to word this. The price of putting your art out there is people are going to interpret it any way they want. You could talk into your blue in the face about your piece of art, whether it's writing, music, a painting, a sculpture, and some jackass will come out of nowhere and just say whatever they want, because that's just what it is. That's what art is.
Yeah.
There's a book not similar to Lolita, but it is from the POV of a pedophile who's a woman. The book's name is Tampa. I couldn't finish Tampa because it's very descriptive and it was too hard for me to read. However, the entire book, it's a horror novel. It is awful. You are in the POV of someone who is sick. It is disgusting. It is I said it's a really rough read. At no point in this book are you supposed to be rooting for the main character. And the sort of commentary in the book is that because the main character is an attractive woman, she gets away with what she does. I couldn't finish it because of it's heartbreaking, but I also believe that that I don't even know how to word this. Not all art is meant to make you feel comfortable.
Yeah, art is supposed to challenge you in some way. It's not always supposed to make you feel good about yourself. But this is very, very, like, obviously this person's fetish. And it is disgusting.
Yeah.
It is deplorable. And it's the, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say a little bit in like the sort of horror splatterpunk bubble of when they were talking about this. I think if this, I mean, it would still have to be changed because it doesn't really fit. If this book was advertised as a horror novel, I think I don't think anyone would have gave a shit.
No, I don't think anybody would have either. And I think
if you would have just advertised it the way it as it is as a horror novel, because it's disgusting, it's horrifying that this does, maybe not in this exact way, but that there are like pedophiles that think this way. It's horrific. I think if it was advertised that way, I think it would have been fine. Yeah. But obviously that's not what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that it was taken off.
Yeah.
She lives in Australia, I believe. She's been arrested for producing and distributing child sexual abuse material. So it's quite nice to see there have been real consequences for this, because I feel like this literally shows us that fiction is not harmless. You can't just, it's just fiction, because it's not just fiction. It does have real world consequences, and we're thankfully seeing it here. Whether anything more will come of it, we don't know. It's something to keep an eye on, but yeah, it's just wild. Like, this is not just fantasy. This is not just harmless kink material. It doesn't matter if people think they can distinguish between fiction and reality. So stop patronizing me and all the other comments I get. Because sometimes fictional...
Let's see, this is the big section.
That, hey, racism is a very serious issue that hurts people, and it shouldn't be...
That's a fucking shut up! Why?
Okay.
Why are we jumping to racism?
Okay. Why are we talking about racism?
Are we talking, like, okay. Are we talking about, like... Let her cook.
Yeah.
Looking at books that abuse children and, you know, are racist and that sort of, like, that is always...
I gotta go back.
So if we're not okay with this, why are we okay with the abuse of women? If, like, I'll just keep saying it, right?
Wait,
if we can quite rightly understand that, hey, racism is a very serious issue that hurts people, and it shouldn't be undermined or romanticized, even in fiction, and we should not create romantic protagonists who are actively racist. And we can understand that, hey, sexual assault against children is a very serious issue which hurts people, and it shouldn't be romanticized even in fiction, and we should not create romantic protagonists against children. Then why the hell can't we understand, hey, sexual assault and intimate partner violence against women is a very serious issue which hurts people.
Racism bad.
Go on. I'm sorry, chat.
No, you're fine. I was gonna say, I hope, sucks for her. Guess what? There's people into race play.
Yeah.
She's pulling on Hassan. I'm sorry, that's funny.
Hassan? No, but yeah, there's people into race play, and guess what? As much as I fucking hate that, if it's between two consenting adults very far away from me, I not my business, don't care. Again, it's really weird to equate all these other things to kids. Like, that's not,
I think I've never, I don't think I've told this story live.
Oh, I'm so scared about what you're about to say.
No, Cloudy knows about the story.
Do I? I don't know. Don't
Yes, you do. You know about the person I'm about to talk about.
I don't know. No, I don't know. Chat. I don't know.
I talked to a person, and this person, stuff happened with, and I'm 100% convinced that the reason that we hooked up is because her husband, who she was cheating on, and I had the same first name.
That's not race.
No, it's not. But I'm saying, we're not there. We're not race play.
When white people,
I thought you were gonna say.
No, I never did race play.
That's Italian, and they're like, they wanted to do Mamma Mia shit.
No one called.
When white people try to be relatable.
No one ever called me a little whitey.
What are you talking about, brother?
No.
What are we on about?
It's all racism.
It's all racism.
No. What I was going to explain is that sometimes people have shitty fetishes that are really fucking shitty. And they're like, they're rooted in like real, like being disgusting as a person. And it doesn't.
Okay, I love you with my whole heart. My entire heart. It's all yours. You sleeping with somebody who likes to sleep with people with the same name is not equivalent.
I didn't mean it like that. I was trying
It's
to
not
divert
equivalent
from race
to race
play.
play.
I was trying to go away.
Like, if you
Italiaphobia is
said-
correct. This is all
If you said
Italiaphobia.
they want to think you were Italian, and then they had you like
Yeah,
speak
they
Italian
wanted-
to them,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
they wanted to do
100%.
like
They wanted
some
to think
stereotype
of
shit.
Italian.
Like that makes
Sure.
sense, but like them saying the name, that's not. It's like they were like a serial killer almost. Like they
You fuckers.
specifically
I'm
told
done.
somebody who wanted
I'm
to speak the
done.
name.
I'm done. Don't yas queen me, chat. Don't yas queen me. God damn it. I'll never be free. I'll never be free of this. Let me just take a bite of my sandwich while the gal pals still talk.
Who?
Are we the gal pals? Is that,
I guess
our new
so.
distinction?
I've never heard you say that before in your life. You know when you know somebody for a while and they say something they never said and it just sounds really weird, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I just listen, there's a lot of kink shaming we can do. I think people who do race play are freaks. However, do it away from me with other consenting adults and who cares at the end of the day. You know, I can say ew, gross, and then move on with my life. I don't know why. Listen, again, I like Rachel, but why are we
What are you using as an
equating?
example?
Yeah, why are we equating racism to pedophilia? This is really weird.
Well, no. It's about the abuse of women. It is
And that
women's
too,
suffrage
I'm sorry,
is racism.
ma'am. There's women. I'm sorry. There's women who want to be smacked around a little bit.
But
I'm
what
sorry.
about men who are forced to do race play? Like, why does she only care about the women? What about the men?
The women. Yeah, what about men? We need to protect the men.
Yeah, I've been
Men
forced.
need help.
I've been forced to do a lot of things, chat.
You're fine.
They forced me to do so much, chat.
You're fine.
Chat, just ignore it. It's a happy dancing fruit. Someone gets the dancing fruit.
I don't do dancing fruits. This is not the chat for dancing fruits.
You're fine.
I'm
Should
not.
I just get the image of someone making the Italian hand?
Me after saying thanks, kid, to the straightest man I've ever laid eyes on. I'm gay, you fuckers.
Queen.
I'm gay, you fucks. Hey,
Oh.
okay, wait. Starshine says,
Starshine,
hey,
I'm sorry. That's
Falgi.
so funny.
My stepdad cheated on my mom with a woman who had her same name, and he did it so he wouldn't get caught if he said the wrong name, so I'm sorry if I don't think the name thing is a kink.
What the
That's
fuck?
terrible! That's
I'm
terrible!
so sorry. I
I'm
don't mean to
so
laugh, but that's really
sorry.
Oh
funny
my
at the same
God.
time because I never put that together. I know. Again, this is like old coworkers and stuff. Not my job, not my current one. Okay, I'm not my current job. My old. Okay, if you're government, if you're listening, not this job, the other job. Okay, love you, government. Anyway, I knew dudes who did the same thing. They would date and cheat with women with the same name. It didn't click
Tusky
to me
tipped
until
$1.
right now. Holy
I hear
fuck,
something
dude.
weird for y'all. There was a customer who started talking poorly about non-white people to me while my back was turned, doing my job. She backpedaled hard when she realized I'm black. Retail not even
Oh.
once.
Oh,
Fuck, man.
Tusky, that's
Yeah.
hilarious, dog.
I
That's
like that, man.
it's white people be like that.
I like that,
Let's
man.
see
I'm so
how
sorry.
Rachel wraps up the video.
and shouldn't be undermined or romanticized, and we should not create romantic protagonists who abuse women. Why can't we understand that? Some people will be like, oh, well, it's different because they're adults. Like, okay. And the love interest of the racist character was also an adult. Does that mean we should be okay with sexy white supremacy? No. And the difference is, like, we say, like, oh, there's a difference in adults
Okay,
and
but some
kids,
people
because adults
are.
can
Sorry, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it, but they are. And as long as they keep that shit the fuck away from
Why are
me,
you
it's not my
infantilizing
business.
women? Let them make choices. Let them fuck up.
Jesus Christ, like Fauci, you shared a name with the cheating lady's husband. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
No, with the husband, not with the lady.
Yeah, no, but that's
Yeah,
what he said. I shared a name
Yeah,
with the cheating
yeah.
lady's husband. Yeah,
I
I did.
I misread it. Sorry.
Fine.
there's a funny ending to that story, but you'll never get to hear the ending.
consent and kids
Why
can't.
would you?
But when
Okay.
the adults are
Pulling a
not
diesel.
consenting, then it's the same issue. Non-consent is still non-consent, whether it's a child not consenting or an adult not consenting. Rape is still rape, no matter who.
No. All right.
They're
Nope.
fantasizing women again. What
No.
is this?
Here is why you don't say that. Children can never consent. When you say it like that, you are now implying that children can consent. What are you saying? Rachel, stop! What the fuck?
And again, whether you like it or not, whether it makes you comfortable or not, there are lots and lots of women into consensual not consent or a CNC fetish. Again, you don't have to like it. You don't have to be comfortable with it. You also don't have to look at it.
Bro,
Okay.
she's jumping out of the battle bus without a parachute. Like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Scarlet strikes again. Fuck off, man. Fucking platinum. No, but it's like Pimenta said. She's saying the right thing in like the worst possible way. And that's the problem. God, I gotta sneeze again. But yeah.
Happens to. Assault is still assault no matter who it happens to. I don't understand.
That's not what I'm arguing. It is still assault, of course, but you can't. There's a whole thing about BDSM and like whips and chains and stuff. Someone's getting whipped. Someone's doing the whipping.
And sometimes
like,
you switch.
And there's like whole contracts and books and stuff about how to do this shit safely. Like I don't.
It's like, ma'am, do you just have vanilla tastes?
And that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But
That's
like,
fine.
this is clearly like you are conflating a book about pedophilia to women being sexually assaulted to racism. And why could people care about racism and not about women being sexually assaulted when they're not the same thing?
Yeah, that's just a really weird, like, I don't know, don't do that. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Layla Knight says, I have a bit of an interesting fact about me. I've had people argue with me for decades about my race. I've been told I'm not black, that I'm Native American, and it's said in this sad voice. Fuck? Christ,
Oh.
okay. God, I hate it
Dude,
all here.
people are so weird about other people's races. I'll
Yeah,
say that.
I've gotten
Like,
I've gotten a bunch of different like races. It's actually like interesting. A lot of people think I'm Arab, which is perfectly fine if you do. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm Italian and Cuban. Like I don't care. But like
I did
do
not
find that
consent to this book being published.
Yeah, I agree.
Understand why people don't get this. Now, do I think an author like Catherine Ann Kingsley, who wrote a romanticized anal rape scene and tried to tell us it was sexy, should be arrested like Lauren Tesolin-Mastrosa was? No, of course not. But I do think she still deserves every ounce of criticism that people like myself have thrown at her. I think her work is worth critiquing. I think it deserves critiquing. I think people should be warned about her work.
Woo finally caught up. This has been a mess.
awesome.
Yeah.
Glad you caught up. Again, you can. No one's arguing that you can't criticize somebody.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like she is taking very clearly extreme examples, and painting a very broad brush. That's the problem I'm having with this, the back end of this critique. This will probably be cut out of the VOD, by the way, like this back end critique stuff. But since we're here and we're watching the video and there's like almost 100 of you in here, hello everybody. If you're not already subscribed,
for the pain.
please like and subscribe. We're literally under 50 from 1K, which means we would have achieved 1K in under a year. And for people who this is not our full-time job, it's not even a part-time job, it's just literally a hobby that we sometimes do. It's interesting.
It's been really cool to see everything grow and to grow our little community and stuff, and we really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It's always a fun time. I'd come on more if I didn't have to work my real job so much. So, one day. But no, thank you guys for being here and spending time with us.
And we have a Discord. Hey, just like as a small fun fact, because I've seen it, chat. If you enter the Discord, and let's just say for instance, you are kicked from the Discord immediately, it's because your account is too young. Your Discord account needs to be at least 6 months old. It's how we prevent brigading. That is just a server rule. I just want to let people know that. That's just how we prevent brigading in the thing. No, you cannot goon in the voice chat.
There's no gooning in the
there's
voice
not.
chat.
Draft, you're never even in voice chat, you motherfucker. Don't you even start. No gooning in VC. No gooning and no giving birth in VC.
All right, we had
And I do
things happen.
personally
Okay.
judge anyone who enjoys her work.
Blarna?
Blarna, please. For the love
Blarna,
of
you're
God.
insane. Blarna? Listen, there's 2 people in this chat that are gonna get fucking troll wrenches pretty soon. I'm not saying who, but fuck.
Oh my God, not the teasing.
Because I'm like, if you get off, because that's the main point of these books, right? They're erotica. They're meant for people to like get off to, right? If you get off to watch, or not watching, but like reading about a woman being anally raped, I'm going to be like, what's wrong with you? I don't understand why so many people keep making excuses for violence against women, both in the real world and the fictional world, you know?
Okay, but you can do that. You can.
Tusky tipped $1. The best part about that story is that because of how my work clothes fit, the only thing you could see skin-wise was my face, so until I turned around to side-eye her, she assumed I was white.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Oh my God.
All right. Sorry you went through that. I forgot what I was going to say.
You literally did the I'm a covert white.
No.
Tusky's like, I got the race swap real fucking quick. That's insane, Tusky. That's literally the craziest thing I think you've ever fucking said. I'm sorry. That's just like oddly specific and hilarious at the same time for someone to be like, yeah, so my uniform just covers my entire skin until you see my face. And she's just like, yeah, she saw what Tusky looked like, and her mind literally race swapped them like really fucking quick. That's insane. Are you Ariana Grande by chance? Pimenta down. That's fuck off. That's insane. Oh, I love it here, man.
Just need to get found.
And I just kind of keep.
What you? No, no.
No, he's from New Jersey. You just gotta stay on the sun for a little bit.
I'll be in the sun a little bit more often. When it gets sunny, it's currently muggy here. That's why my allergies are like actually really terrible today. It's like actively super muggy.
Asking, why do people do this? Why do people make excuses for it? Why do people downplay the seriousness of it? Is it perhaps because violence against women, especially sexual violence, is so normalized that we'll do anything to make excuses for it and downplay it and come up with excuses for why, well, it's okay, but it isn't as bad as such and such a thing because of blah, 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 you know? As I said, the whole point of erotica is, first and foremost, to sexually arouse the reader, right? So why can we agree that a person should not be getting sexually aroused by racism?
I'll say it
why
the last time. Not racism. Again, there are people who are turned on by racism. They're turned on by violence. They're turned on by CNC and wild violent shit. That's just how it is. And again, you don't have to look at it. I'm not justifying it, but however, no matter how I feel about it, it still exists. And it's just really weird to like me to tell other women that that they're glorifying or normalizing it. It's just like it's not real.
Also,
just
I'm gonna
fantasy.
here's a hot take that I think that she's not gonna like hearing. The way that she is saying this is that she like Rachel, if you ever see this, I don't believe you believe this, but it's the way your script writing was. It sounds like you're upset that pedophilia and racism is seen more poorly than violence against women. Again, you're talking about women. I have a big thing where there's a personal thing. I don't like when people say, oh, only violence against one gender, because it shouldn't be that way. Men are raped. Men are sexually assaulted. Like, that happens. Like, I don't understand why it should just be violence against any partner, which makes me side-eye and think you're okay with violence against men, which is a little weird because it's the way you continue to say it. But it's like, don't know if it matters, but she was in an abusive relationship. Yeah, she's talked about it. I'm not saying that she's not entitled to have that opinion. But it's very, again, I understand where she's coming from, but
As do I. But it's one of those things that just like, you also don't have to be abused to be against abuse. But at the same time, you can't tell a bunch of women who really like CNC or people who have been victimized, and they use erotica or whatever, they use their fetishes as a way to get control in that part of their brain, that that they shouldn't publish it, or that they shouldn't talk about it, or they shouldn't make art about it, because to me that's fucked up. Again, you don't have to look at it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry she went through that, and I can understand her not being comfortable with this sort of stuff at all because of it. However, you can't tell someone who also went through maybe perhaps something similar or a type of abuse, and when they decide to make art about it or consume art about it, that they're wrong.
I'm just gonna say
to me that feels wrong.
18:9.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like very. I think that it's part of the thing is that like it's not like you're. Oh my god, I gotta sneeze again. Fuck. I'm so sorry, chat. Hold up. I'm so sorry, chat. Oh god, I don't want to do that. I'm so sorry, chat. Like I'm just not. Like my allergies are killing me. This allergy season sucks. Fauci, it's one of those things where the nuance matters and people misunderstand that in the BDSM, the sub literally has all the control in the relationship and they decide when things stop. Yes.
Old fanfiction adage, don't lie, don't read.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
God bless you.
Dead dove, don't.
Yeah, again,
Whatever.
my whole thing is that the way her writing is, and I don't believe that she believes this, but the way she's writing this, it sounds like she's more upset that this woman got arrested for creating CSAM material, and other people who talk about sexual assault of adult persons do not get arrested. And that to me is very weird. The ending of this video is very fucking weird, and it's very uncomfortable.
Okay.
Can we agree that a person should not be getting sexually aroused by children or child sexual assault? But we can't agree that a person shouldn't be getting aroused by literal depictions of women being raped, assaulted, harassed, and degraded. And I'll say it again, these are actual descriptions of these things, not depictions of roleplay with consent, not depictions of BDSM with consent, not any sort of consensual non-consent. They are just straight up non-consent. They are straight up rape and assault. Within these fictional worlds, I'm talking about, stuff like Harrow Fair, Zodiac Academy, and so on. In those worlds, you have yes, they're fictional worlds, but within those worlds, you have actual women who are actually degraded and assaulted and abused, despite them fighting back and saying no and begging for it to stop and crying. And we see these literal assaults and rapes, and we are explicitly told by the authors, this is hot, this is sexy, don't you just love this rapist man? And that is what I have an issue with. This isn't like two people who love and respect each other being like, oh, let's do a little bit of kinky roleplay, but they have safe words and they have consent and they discuss boundaries. It's none of that.
Put the book down,
it's just
ma'am.
literal rape.
Yeah, it's just not
that we're
for
then
you.
told is sexy,
I don't know.
apparently.
I don't know.
That is
how
what I have an issue with.
I can't explain it another way. I'm not gonna keep saying the same shit.
It's like, I don't like Omegaverse shit. I'm never gonna pick it up to read it and then complain about having to read it. Like, just feels fucking weird.
Me and my rut cycle.
I just think if you can read a graphic description of rape and not be disgusted by it, you might need to have a word with yourself about what unconscious biases you have against women. If you find yourself making excuses about...
I'm chewing, so I'm letting you guys speak.
Okay, but I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Why it's okay to get off on assaulting fictional women, then again, I think you need to have a word with yourself, because that is just dehumanizing to women as a whole. So that's my rant done, and I'm just going to keep saying it. Let's not sexualize and romanticize assault against anyone, please, including children, and let's try and be a lot more conscious of the types of books we're consuming. I think in some ways it's good that readers of erotica have lines about what they will and will not read and what they think is or isn't socially acceptable. Racism is too far, child abuse is too far, as they absolutely 100% should be. So again, I have to ask, why isn't sexual assault against women too far? I just want to
Oh my god.
If it's just fiction in your mind, then why are you disgusted by a child being assaulted, but not a woman being assaulted? I feel like there are a lot of topics that I'm willing to admit my opinion to be swayed by.
All right.
This is like cuckoo banana pants. Like,
that's really you cannot sit there with your full chest and tell me why those are different. Like they are different. One is clear. I'm sorry. One is clearly worse than the other. And when it comes to a fictional book where the CNC is supposed to be sexy, the author shouldn't. You should be smart enough in your brain. You should be smart enough to understand that even though the characters in the book don't set rules and boundaries before they do the thing, that it is a fake book designed to like sort of skip over that part of it. Like you're just reading it for whatever, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
it is depicted as something awful and terrible.
Right.
Like I like so name brought up earlier, like why don't you read Game of Thrones? All of
Cool
those
anime
scenes in there
girls.
were not supposed to be seen as a bad thing.
I'm gonna
Sometimes these
step away for a
descriptions are
second.
bad.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. And some of these things
I'm-
are bad and
I
they're
need to
just
blow my
they're
nose.
Well, go do it.
well
We're
go
not
blow
gonna
your
stop
nose
you.
then. Yeah. Stop
Keep
snotting
talking, I
everywhere.
just gotta blow my
Crazy.
nose.
Well, we are. You just keep
We are.
interrupting.
I know. Shut up.
Go on, Cloudy.
I was just gonna say that not every book that has like rape in it is seen as a sexy thing. Sometimes it is depicted as what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, like I don't like how this was worded at all. That was awful.
Well, one example, I can't remember the fucking name of it, but I had to read it for women's history class, and it was about a woman during World War II, and she was basically sexually assaulted by a Nazi, and it's written in a very unpleasant, uncomfortable way. And I'm reading this, I'm like, can I please stop reading this fucking book? Because it was either that book or the Comfort Woman book, and I'm like, I'm not gonna read the Comfort Woman book.
But that's kind of the almost the point sometimes, right? Because I was even gonna say, even historically, there's just things that have happened that are very uncomfortable and not nice to read, but it's part of our history, and it's just. I wish I
Oh,
had
I
more
remember it now.
words in my lexicon or whatever, because I just feel like I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, but it's like I don't understand why she's acting like there isn't a difference when there is.
Yeah, it's very strange. Like it's I assume it's just like her personal hangups or like clouding her judgment on like, hey, in this situation I probably should be focused on this. I should be focused on like the underage aspect of it, not the abuse aspect. But the
Yeah.
name of the book is Those Who Save Us. Because I just remembered because I was thinking to Things We Carry, which is a book about Vietnam. It was like Those Who
Mhm.
Save Us.
Sorry, Chad, I was dying of allergies poisoning. So I think like the issue is she will kind of say, "Oh, well, this is not like role play between real people. This is fiction, like this blah 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 blah." And I get that she's
Actually,
trying to like she does like make small conceits, but my issue is that this is a book about like grooming and glorifying pedophilia. This is not
It's
the
not the same.
time.
It's not the same.
It's not
but
the time
also
to have
I
this
was gonna
discussion.
say I just remembered in this book also there is a relationship between like a young girl and an older man, and it's not that I don't know if this is sexy, but it's not portrayed as sexual way. Is like it's an event that happens between the two of them.
Yeah. And like again, like I don't think Rachel is a bad person. I want to be very clear. I think there's it feels like to me that she does not like the idea of dark romance at all because she personally believes, and this is what I'm getting from her video now, if she doesn't believe that and has said that, I would love to be pointed to that. But it seems like to me that Rachel doesn't like dark romance as an entire genre and is purposely painting a wide brush so it could just all go away. She's passionate about the topic, and I do believe that, like, listen, if she is, and I believe people, and I believe her when she says that she is speaking from a person who was in an abusive relationship, I totally okay with that. But I do think that there is she is also demonizing people who read dark romance. And I do think that
Yeah,
it's,
you can't.
it's very,
You're
very disgusting. In my opinion, I'm not talking about rape. I'm not talking about sexual assault. Like, those things are vile. But, like, you are.
but there's also I think that another thing too is just I am a bit annoyed at this idea that I went through this thing and this is how I coped. If you cope a different way from me, you're gross. I don't like that.
Yeah, I could totally get behind that. I could like it is like it's her projecting. Okay, perfect example, kind of like the Cataclysm Denki Jabbo thing, where Cataclysm sees every male person that she doesn't agree with as a potential abuser. It's very harmful because it seems like you still kind of need to do some work on yourself, which is okay. And it's okay to not like these things. And she describes like the book that she's like constantly pointing to as a example of women being sexually assaulted and it being romanticized, and she doesn't understand why. And I agree that that scene is disgusting and very weird. Like the reclaiming of rape through rape is very fucking weird and disgusting. I don't personally like that. And I think that that's abhorrent. But that's not the only example. And you're also coupling it with the idea of, well, people are so pissed off about pedophilia in books. Why can't they be pissed off about this thing? And like, it's A, not the time, and B, more importantly, it sounds like you're mad that people are mad about pedophilia. That's weird. Like, it's like literally you do, like, you are, yeah, she's virtue signaling down the wrong road. Permit to put it better than I could have ever said it. Fauci, will they flatten essay and fiction into one thing? Like, I'll point again. If you treat Berserk and Redo of a Healer as the same thing, you both non-con, you've missed the point. Again, I've never read Redo of a Healer. It's definitely not my thing. But like, especially with like Berserk. Berserk is a very good example of that, where it's like the essay is meant to fucking shock you, and it also talks about male essay, which especially at the time was not something talked about like that. Yeah, exactly. Like those two are not the same thing, and they will never be the same thing because of the way Berserk opens up about male sexual assault and discusses that topic. It's one of the very many, it has many instances of SA, but like your main character is SA'd, and it's a pivotal moment in the reason he is always angry. Always angry. And he never, and like the time he finally figures it out and is able to come to terms with it, he loses the source of love in his life. And it's literally a man that has to go through all the fucking 9 circles of hell once again in his personal life to like do it again. Like, again, it's understanding the point of media. Again, fucking Mura dying before being able to finish that series pisses me off to no end. But the person who took up it, from what if I remember correctly, one of his manga do deal with male sexual assault, from if I remember correctly. So it's like, again, like, fuck. Yeah, Mura really need to stop playing Idolmaster before he died.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole and his fucking Idolmaster bullshit. I mean, to be fair, what's his face? Oh my god, who writes Hunter x Hunter? Who writes Hunter x Hunter? I can't remember the name.
Oh fuck, the guy do Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah. Oh my god, not Tanamura. What the fuck is his name? I would blame him and his wife for raising their kid, but then he talks about like Togashi, yes. I would blame him and his wife for raising their kids, but then he'll go on to say, but I love Dragon Quest though, and I devote all my time to the newest Dragon Quest. I'm like, you
He married the author of Sailor Moon, so he's doing good in his life.
Yes, they did. They married. They're very adorable. Yes, Togashi. Let's finish Rachel's thing, and we'll kind of bookend the stream.
All right.
Oh god, I disappeared myself by accident.
Oh no.
And there are many times when I've made a video on something and then my opinion has drastically changed afterwards. Like, that's happened plenty of times, you know? But this is not one of them. I just don't think I'm ever going to be okay with sexual assault being sexualized and romanticized. And that's fine. That's where I'm at. But yeah, that's me. That's me done for today. Thank you for listening to this rant. I know it was a difficult one. I'm so sorry. I know it's a little bit dark. And I'm sorry if you could hear.
I think it's personally for me. I think it's personally difficult because this should not have been tied together in my mind. But
Man, you could have had this conversation of your reaction to Grum's cat fight.
Okay, here. Let's see. I think I just need to make it clear that I'm not absolutely repulsed. That I'm absolutely repulsed by the amount of comments here defending child sexual assault material and the amount of people, once again, defending rape and abuse and assault. I'm actually sickened. I cannot look at these comments anymore. You people actually scare me. And I'm blocking people from both my own mental health and because I will not give a platform to people who are pro-CSA, pro-rape, and I won't apologize for it. And to clarify for people calling me a fascist, I never said she should go to prison. What the fuck?
That's so funny.
I said I was glad she was arrested. Nah, she should go to prison. I'll fucking say it. She should go to prison. There are more consequences than the arrest than just prison. Mandatory counseling, fines, community service, being put on a sex offenders registry, being unable to work with children in the future, and so on. I personally think that by being banned from working with kids, a psych eval and counseling would be very good for her, but I'm not a lawmaker nor a judge, who's to say. But I will say, yeah, I support her being investigated. Yeah, that's a weird one. What does she answer somewhere? I'm blocking a lot of people that are pro. Okay, yeah, okay, that's okay, whatever. Let's see if she replies again. Nope. Let's see. Somebody said
okay, yeah. If people are being freaks in her comments, like, yeah, block them. Do whatever you got to do. People calling her a fascist is like, what the fuck?
I guess somebody.
I guess Beckett's a fascist, right?
I guess the dedication to her book was for her 2 daughters, and that she will never look at them the same way again. That's disgusting.
See, I don't like that. That's disgusting. What do you mean by that, ma'am?
Yeah. I was just kind of looking and seeing if anyone like said, "Hey, I really thought."
I'm assuming all the fascist ones would be not. They're not going to be at the top or whatever.
Interesting. I really thought dark romance would be something like the villain would burn the entire world for you in the Addams Family Gomez vibe. Okay.
It can
you could
be.
write that. Yeah.
But again, it tends to just be like a guy who's a kind of abusive, but loves. Yeah, but loves the person they're obsessed with or whatever.
Yeah.
There's like flavors of it, but like even with that, because I eventually want to do sort of like book review stuff. I read one of the really popular BookTok dark romance is called The Haunting of Adeline or Adeline. It's like Adeline something.
Adeline is
and
haunted or something, right?
Yeah, and basically it is. I only got a little bit through it. I couldn't finish it. I kind of got bored. Eventually, I will. Get through it because I do want to talk about it. But it is just one of those things like the guy is obsessed and a stalker and has loads of money and she's the perfect and he's obsessed and the plot
they just
happens.
Want Batman.
It's all this. Yeah, and that's fine. Again, it's not my cup of tea, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
I only want to review it just because it's so popular. But that's tends to be what dark romance is. And they just do like really fucked up stuff together. Even in my short perusing of dark romance, it's never been what the daddy's little toy thing, like ever. Even in splatterpunk or horror novels that have descriptions of CSAM and stuff, it is never, ever, ever posted as a romance or a good thing. And 99.999% of the time, the villain dies in a horrible way. And the ones that don't, the outliers that are just either the villain lives or it starts turning into something that's supposed to be positive.
Or the victim goes back to the villain, whichever one this before, and it pissed me the fuck off.
It's bad. And the author themselves tend to have like really shitty vibes, and I just don't pick that. I just never pick up any of their books up again. But it's just like this person. This is gross. The daddy's little toy thing is really gross.
Yeah.
You fetishize something really horrible, and go to hell.
Yeah. Yeah. I really don't have anything else to say. Again, like I don't think Rachel is a bad person. I do think that
I just don't agree with this take at all.
I don't agree with the take. I think that it's very. It comes from a very like to me, it comes off very childish because it doesn't she's not clarifying specific nuances. And like she'll be
I
like,
just think it infantilizes women.
Yeah. I also
my
think that
problem with
it's weird because it also she's also like infantilizing the author, being like, oh, maybe she didn't intend for this. Maybe the authors don't intend for this to happen. And it's like very, very odd and very bizarre. Like it seems like if you're gonna say that the non-con readers are bad, you should then say the non-con author should go to like the rape author should go to jail. Like, you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be like, oh, well, if you get off the like you gotta like you need to be very specific about your point. I don't think she understands the timing and the place is important, or that she got into the rant and got lost with the original point. Yeah, because it comes off at a weird point where she's like, why do people like legitimately? She's like, why do people think? Why can't people equate adults being sexually assaulted to kids being sexually assaulted, or vice versa? And it's like, no, kids can never consent to that ever. Kids are not sexual beings. That's not how that works. Ay. But that's pretty much our stream for today. I want to thank Ash and Cloudy for coming out today. They have been such a great special guests. So, you know, if you guys like Cloudy and Ash being on stream, you should subscribe to the Op Block. We have a cavalcade of hosts. You could also subscribe to the myriad of Op Block related channels. There is the Op Block Interconnected Universe. The Op Block Cinematic Universe includes the Cynic Report. Oh, Beckett's not live anymore. God damn it. I was going to send you guys there. The Cynic Report. Line to Thieves. And Lithaness. I guess I said it wrong. Yeah. And Do Snail House. Everybody covers a little bit of different things. The Cynic Report typically goes over some techie drama. Do Snail House likes to go over ACC and horror content. And Line Thieves just does whatever the hell they want to do.
Well, I've been doing like some short, sort of like Mean Girl sort of videos when I'm bored, and then I'm learning the ACC lore and
you're
building
gonna be going
models.
You're going to be going over one of my favorite topics that I know nothing about, but I'm very interested in. It's the Kulong Walled City.
Yes, I'm gonna do some architecture topics later this month.
I voted for that one because I've heard of it and I've seen it depicted in like manhwa, but I don't know how it was built. Like it often gives me like the favelas kind of vibe, where it's like a culture inside of a culture, like a city inside of a city kind of thing, and it's like super interesting, and I'm very, very curious how you're gonna do that. So
I'm waiting for one more book to come in the mail, and depending on when I get that, I currently have a PDF I'm gonna go through, and then I have another book I bought, so I need to go through those 3. Mm-hmm. I may push it out just so I can get some fresh information, because there's like documentaries and some videos on it on YouTube, but I want to see if like they missed anything that I could pick up in these books.
Well, chat, that's pretty much the stream. I want to thank everybody for turning out. I'm gonna send you nowhere, because nowhere I can send you to. And here's that end title screen. Remember, chat, you were loved, you were missed. And bye-bye for now. We'll see you maybe tomorrow or Sunday. Goodbye, chat.
Bye-bye.